Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yep.
And all your audios, right? I'm just saying.
The what?
All your mics, they all sounded good.
Yeah.
Yeah, checked them all.
It sounded great, and Cappy talked on that on the mics, and sounds great. But
Check the judge.
No, they didn't. But it's all in the same. But the thing is, you know, we can't control everything. It comes on this. Right.
I actually don't know that answer. I am going to see if Jessica Bill's contact information for maybe she can know if you want to. Okay? Thank you. And just so you know.
Right? Bullet points are fine.
The rules of deliberation. Anything in there that's objectionable?
Okay,
So we're going to
Dan,
make a couple edits that we agree to, and then we'll bring up the other ones that we don't. Okay. I don't know who this is. Is this you? They haven't brought them over.
All right, so you're saying
Let's go through it over there. Bob's on.
OneDrive?
Well, let me eject it properly first. Not letting me close it.
Dan, can you come here real quick? You said
yeah, that's second. Hold the argument. That's good.
you said you have a problem with the question.
Yeah, that. You tell me what. Okay, bullet point one. 2, 3, 4. No, I'll forget it.
So instead of question everything, pay attention to everything.
Oh, you had a problem with the title. That was the issue.
And do not allow us.
Yeah.
Outline this. All those are fine.
The next one was that was fine. It was the other one. This is the one I had an issue with. So
The no DNA.
just put at the scene.
I don't, if you put lack, there's a lot of accurate factually.
The crime though?
They're going to hear testimony. Swab, looking, checking.
Oh, okay. You're right, but that's not from this. I guess we're talking about the murder itself. I think that's maybe where he's talking about this murder scene.
You're saying
There's no
scene,
DNA.
scene,
Right, right.
Like our belief.
How's that physical evidence of the murder? Lack of DNA.
See, even physical evidence where it's some argument. You want to say that.
Okay. And then,
Because he does say, that's the guy he is. I went shooting with it the next day, and there it is. His business.
okay, so
If
you have a
wanna say
problem.
That's up to you. That's not inappropriate.
You have a lot issue with the gun, right?
You can say something like, no gun found at a scene, something, but I'm not even sure.
just put something about the scene, because that's really that's what you're saying. That's what you're actually saying, so.
So there is a gun. We are going to say that.
Yeah, I get it. And
Scene of alleged scene. Or alleging.
okay,
That's a fair comment.
case version will have.
That's argument. Something like that.
Just delete it.
You're saying, yeah, this case is the evidence will show at the station. Have them. That.
Huh?
You're fine, just click here. There you go.
Yeah, but
It's fine how it is, it doesn't have it there when you go to it.
focus on the testimony.
I don't think they had anything about that. Well,
Well, the ones
wait,
that
the earlier.
failed
The
to
earlier.
failed to
I may have done it, but when I asked him in depot, that was it.
You don't have a problem with it saying thoroughly investigate?
I mean,
All right, so you want,
That's the Williams Rule stuff that they said they're not bringing up to address it if you did, so it's up to you how you want to deal with it. You didn't want to leave it hanging out there and we didn't say anything.
the evidence and testimony, the testimony of the following.
you give the evidence and testimony questions. What to say.
How about that?
Okay. Okay, fine.
The rest was fine. The rest was fine.
Now, where was the one that you wanted me to do a copy from?
Yeah, so go to the, that's at the top. It's the one where you break down, no, the reasonable doubt one. And this, he wants you to add here, oh, they have 2 dots there.
Okay.
You want to do, no, it wasn't that far down. It was the, back up to the instruction. It's this one, that's the long one. He wants you to add this last sentence. Have reasonable doubt. Yeah, so no, but delete the extra thing first. You have it twice, so just have reasonable doubt. Delete that first sentence and just keep the, no, not that one. Delete the first sentence. A period. And leave it small too. You didn't even have to say that. There it is.
Is there anything else?
Did you change roll to roll?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
You can stay out here. Doesn't matter. He's not here anyway, so.
I need the thumb drive to save it. At least he can't blame us for this. You know?
not save it? You said it wasn't on here?
It's not saving. I have to do it again.
Wait, you exited out of it and it didn't save?
Didn't save.
You have autosave off. Could say autosave on.
Wants to go to OneDrive. Where's the thing that I have to?
Let me do it. I'm faster.
Sorry.
It's okay. Uh-oh. All of that was fine, right?
Yep.
Physical evidence of it was different than something like that.
Lack of DNA. No gun found at the murder scene. Or at the alleged murder scene.
Didn't want you to. We just deleted that, right?
Right.
You wanted us to ask this. Say properly. Question. That was all fine.
Then the question, everything on the next one.
I think that was fine. Oh, you meant the top part.
Yes.
Just put questions.
Questioning testimony.
It's better than that. Could not see. this. That's the problem. There we go. Over slightly. Getting cut off on the edge. I think that was it. Okay, save. It's saved, right? Where is the save though?
Hit file. Save as. And browse. Save it to the D drive. Scroll down.
Here? Oh, down.
I was going to say save it to this computer too, into his file.
Okay.
Run into that again. Browse. Scroll up to the top.
Over here. Johnathan Quiles.
Scroll up to the top. Desktop. Clients. Back onto another drive. Felony. Was. Penalty.
Oh, it was saved to the general. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Hey, Stacy, before we get going.
That's where we're going to have a full house.
Mm-hmm. You should have known. It works. That's fine. Okay. Let me make sure this works, actually.
I couldn't get it.
person's not available. So that's-
All rise. The Fourth Judicial Circuit Court Division CRI in Fort Duval County, Florida is now in session. Their Honorable Judge Anthony Snell presiding. No cell phones, no talking. You may be seated.
Morning, everybody. Let's go on the record. 19 CF 7518, State v. Johnathan Quiles. I do have counsel with the state defense and Mr. Quiles present. Let's handle the evidence that has been agreed to formally move it into evidence for purposes of the trial. State what numbers are we talking about so they can be labeled appropriately and actually moved into evidence with the clerk's office.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It's quite lengthy. We'll walk through the record. Your Honor, evidence, State's Exhibit number 1 is a disc accompanying several photographs up to 39.
How about we just go, you have states what, number 1 through what?
Yes, sir. They are photographs of the Otis landfill search, day 1 of the search.
No, just give me the total number. What's been stipulated to states 1 through what?
Your Honor, it states Exhibit 1, and then each photograph is 1A.
No, you're not following. What numbers total do we have stipulated to? 1 through what? 112?
Yes, sir.
50? What?
I'll give you the last number. 66.
Okay, states through 1 through 66. And the defense has stipulated to states 1 through 66 being admitted into evidence. Is that accurate?
It is.
Okay. And so feel free to refer to as such throughout the trial. If we need to put it on the record more specifically later on, we will. But for purposes of right now, it's clear states 1 through state 66 have been admitted into evidence via stipulation of the parties.
Yes, sir. And for our record, yesterday we spent some time marking each and every exhibit. It is before the court. We have the PowerPoints loaded up for efficiency purposes, so everything's been marked, pre-marked.
Okay. Anything else we need to handle before the jury comes out? First from the state.
Very briefly, Judge, for privacy concerns, I just want to put on the record, no names, but the state's first witness had a death last night that was very close to, I'll just say him or her, at 3 a.m. That particular witness is extremely distraught this morning. I have met with her or him, and that witness is having a difficult time maintaining composure. So for purposes of keeping our record clean with respect to misleading the jury that he or she is upset over the case, we've elected to move that witness till tomorrow. He or she is in agreement with that and feels like they'll be in a much better position. That particular witness learned this about the 7 a.m. hour and was in my office at 8:15. So our position is, one, we told the court yesterday we're trying to hit about 14 witnesses. That will drop by 1 today. Just to advise the court for scheduling purposes, but most importantly for purposes of the trial, we didn't want a witness testifying, which with what I saw were constant tears. So we've elected to move her till tomorrow.
Okay. Anything else we need to handle from the state's perspective?
No, sir. Thank you.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury out, please. Members of the jury, if you can stand for me one last time, the clerk will swear you in.
Please raise your right hands. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant, Johnathan Quiles, and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
You guys may have a seat. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience this morning with us with a few logistical issues. I have some instructions to read for you before we formally begin. You have now been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Johnathan Quiles. This is a criminal case, and Mr. Quiles is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of sexual battery. The definition of the elements of those crimes charged will be explained to you later. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Quiles. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The indictment is not evidence. It is not to be considered by you as proof of any guilt. And I read that indictment to you guys on Monday. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it is helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their final argument. Following the arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to this case. After the instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. During the course of the trial, the court may take breaks, during which you are permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these breaks, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you in your presence about the case, please tell that person that you're on the jury trying the case and ask the person to stop. If the person persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Therefore, do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about it by using an electronic device. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That's left up to you individually. You are provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes you take are for your personal use. However, you are not allowed to take them with you from the courtroom. During breaks, the bailiffs will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me, and they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. What I would ask that you do is write your initials on the front page, like we talked about yesterday, and then start taking notes on the second page. With that said, we're going to begin with opening statements. And State, you have the floor.
Okay, please, the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
The girl might be pregnant. I can't lose my family if she has the baby. I have to get rid of the body. What was her name? Iyana. She was 16. She was pregnant. 5 months. Talked niece Iyana into running away. Planned. Been telling her family doesn't love her. Had her come to my job, Ace Pick Apart, off of North Main Street. Why your job? The dumpster's at my job. I control what gets dumped. Did you kill her one day and dump her body the next? Yeah. They're going to give me the needle. Why? 1, premeditated murder. 2, young adult with an unborn child. 5 months. They consider that too. Did you shoot her? Did you shoot her in the head? No. Not head. Heart. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those statements you will hear not only from the defendant's voice or through his own biological brother, Johnathan Quiles. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The state of Florida, Mr. Skinner and myself, my co-counsel, we appreciate the time and attention that you all have given already this week. And we appreciate the time and attention that you all will give for the remaining of the trial this week and next week. As you had heard during jury selection, the state has 2 things to prove. Was a crime committed, and was the defendant the one who committed the crime? And in this case, there's an indictment for 3 crimes that we're going to ask you all to consider. First-degree premeditated murder of IS, first-degree premeditated murder of her unborn child, and sexual battery. There will be material facts that Your Honor will instruct upon, and then you, as the fact finders, will weigh that evidence presented during the trial of whether or not the state of Florida has met that burden beyond a reasonable doubt to all of those material facts. Now, we're about to go through a little synopsis because opening statements are not evidence. They are what we believe the evidence will show throughout the pendency of this case. And there's going to be several witnesses called and also many items of physical evidence. I like to use the analogy of you're starting off with a puzzle. That's where we're at today. We just purchased it at the store. We got the box. We're dumping out the pieces. We're laying it on the table. And one by one, state submits to you. Each piece will start to come into place. And then by end of the trial, that puzzle will be completed. So in thinking about, again, why we're here today, on December 19th, 2018, I'm going to say her name one time, but then I'm going to be using her initials. But Iyana Sawyer was 16 years old. She was 5 months pregnant. She was a high school student at Terry Parker. She was in the 10th grade. She went to school that day. However, she left school early. You will see video surveillance. The last time her family knew her to be alive, when she walked off of that school lot at approximately 11 a.m. For several hours, it was unknown that IS had left school. It was not known until you will hear she has a sister by the name, and I'll say her name one time, Iyana Sawyer. They were only 1 year apart. They went to the same school. They were set to ride the bus home that afternoon, but IS was not on that bus, and then that's what started the events of why we're here today. So I'm going to bring you back in time just a moment. You are going to hear some evidence from March of 2018. You are going to hear that IS had a sexual relationship with a neighbor. IS, you will hear, was 15 at the time. You will also hear that the neighbor, his name was Kamar Humphrey, and that he was 20 years old at the time. The mom of IS and SS, you will also hear from, Kimberly Mobley. She found out, she reported it to police, and her 15-year-old daughter, IS, went through a sexual assault examination. That examination was sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You're going to hear from an FDLE analyst by the name of Nicholas Kutu. He is the one that analyzed the various items in this case involving potential DNA evidence. He processed that case. He found the DNA, you will hear, of Kamar Humphrey. However, what you're also going to hear from that March 2018 sexual assault kit was another male's DNA that was found on the crotch interior area of her panties. IS comes back to the defendant. His DNA. Because you are going to hear the relationship between the defendant and IS is uncle and niece. The defendant at the time in 2018 was married to IS's aunt, Naomi Mobley. So it was an uncle by marriage. And at the time, back in 2018, the defendant was at the age of 32 and 33 based upon his birth date in April. However, when these results did not come right away in March, so it was unknown to the family at this time into law enforcement that the defendant's DNA was there on a 15-year-old's panties of her uncle who was in his early 30s. Again, fast forwarding, July of 2018. It is learned that this is when IS becomes pregnant. This, though, was not learned by Kimberly Mobley till December 3rd of 2018. Her daughter was already approximately 5 months pregnant. Kimberly Mobley is going to tell you how her daughter was able to keep this from her. You're going to hear that she was tall, 5'8", however, she was quite thin. And it was, of course, the fall, getting to the winter time frame, and she was wearing hoodies. However, you're going to hear from Nancy Ware, who is the paternal grandmother of IS. And there's a lot of names, a lot of dates. Again, this will be through the course, and we'll tie it up at the end during closing arguments. Nancy Ware encouraged IS to tell her mother, Kimberly Mobley, about the pregnancy. So she finally tells her. However, IS will not say to her mother who the father is. So Kimberly Mobley takes her daughter after learning on December 3rd that her 16-year-old daughter is pregnant. Obviously, at the time of conception, she was 15, because you're going to hear that IS's birth date was September the 6th, 2002. So in July of 2018, she would have been 15. By the time December 2018, she was 16. Kimberly Mobley sets up her first appointment to find out about the pregnancy. You are going to hear from Dr. Amanda Atchu. She is the doctor that had that appointment, and that appointment was on December the 13th of 2018. So 10 days after learning. Dr. Atchu is going to tell you all that she was approximately 22 and a half weeks pregnant. She also sent off to find out the gender, which was followed through, as Kimberly Mobley also, she was there present at all of the appointments. And it was determined that she was going to have a girl. And in fact, you are going to hear that the family had already named the unborn child of IS. Her name was going to be...
Objection, Your Honor. Legal basis? Speculation and inflaming the jury. Overruled.
May it please the court. That her name was going to be Hazel Michelle. And that is important, ladies and gentlemen, because that's count 2. We are alleging that the defendant killed an unborn child. And you're going to hear that the approximate birth date, due date, was April the 12th of 2019. Then, thinking about that time frame in December, confirmation of pregnancy on December 13th, it's spreading now through the family of Kimberly Mobley, because you're going to hear Kimberly Mobley has a large family. She has 4 sisters. She has a brother. And of course, you've already heard that one of her sisters, Naomi, was married at the time to the defendant. So the news of IS being pregnant is now through the family. It is now learned. Kimberly Mobley is trying to find out who the father is. She will not disclose. So in thinking about that, you're also going to hear from Nancy Ware. Again, that is the paternal grandmother. You are going to hear from Johnathan Mobley, Margie Mobley, in regards to the family dynamic, in regards to the communication aspect, because Kimberly Mobley is going to tell you all that when she did the math, of December 13th back to 22 and a half weeks, it was approximately the time frame of July 7th weekend. And Kimberly Mobley is going to tell you that weekend was of an important weekend because that is the grandmother's birthday. Mother of Kimberly Mobley, grandmother of IS. And that Kimberly Mobley is going to tell you all that that time frame after that party, that her daughter had went and stayed at the defendant's house. That's where she put the math back. Because what you're also going to hear is that Naomi Mobley and the defendant, they had a daughter at the time. Her name was Nia. And you're also going to hear that Naomi was the breadwinner. She's the one that had the full-time job. Now, the defendant worked. Please, I'm not trying to say that he didn't. But she had the full-time job that kept her out of the house quite a bit. So, IS and ISS, while their mother, Kimberly Mobley, would be at work, they would go often to the home of the defendant. You're going to hear that IS was a creature of habit. She would go to school. She would come home. Sometimes she would go to her father, Willie Sawyer's house. You will hear from him as well. He's also here locally in the area. But mainly school, home, and the defendant's home. The defendant would be watching over them while their aunt and their mom was at work. And then they would also help with the young daughter of the defendant, their baby cousin. And you're going to hear that this was throughout a period of time. Then you're also going to hear that, though, from December 19th, 2018, no one has heard from her. Chick-fil-A, where she worked, you're going to hear she never picked up her last 2 checks. A teenager, right before Christmas, never picking up her paychecks. Her phone, when she left Terry Parker High School on December 19th, her phone shows you it's turned off. Never heard from again. Banking with Navy Federal Credit Union. No banking activity post December 19th, 2018. Submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from the family, her inner circle, her world. You're going to hear from her friends that she's known. She had a close-knit group of friends. You're going to hear from some of them. Nobody in this 16-year-old's circle, you will hear that no one has heard from her since December 19, 2018. So you're going to hear that missing persons started investigating this case on December the 21st, 2 days later. And then you're going to hear shortly thereafter, it went to homicide. And you're going to hear from Detective Billy Abbott. He was the one assigned to the case. But ladies and gentlemen, fast forwarding, this case, you were going to hear broke open because the defendant's biological brother called Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on January the 8th, 2019. You're going to hear from Joseph Quiles, his biological brother who lives in New York. Joseph Quiles called to tell JSO that his brother, the defendant, called him back in December 19th or 20th. He said he couldn't remember the exact date. And told him that the girl might be pregnant. I cannot lose my family. If she has the baby, I have to get rid of the body. Joseph Quiles is going to tell you that the defendant was having an inappropriate sexual relationship with his underage niece. He thought the baby could be his. The family was pressuring for the identity of the father, asked about an abortion. The family did not want an abortion. The pressure is on. The defendant has her come to his work because he works at Ace Pick-A-Part, and you're going to see some photographs to kind of get an understanding. It is a large area off of North Main Street where people can come and get parts. They crush vehicles, have tires. Yes, you're going to hear there's video surveillance there, and you're going to see some of it. But guess what? The defendant knows that it doesn't capture everywhere. There are areas for the public, and there are areas just for employee personnel. The defendant says, I have her come to my work. I have her come to back area where no one can see her. This is what he tells Joseph Quiles. I submit you're going to hear. He tried to strangle her, but said he couldn't stomach it, so he shot her. Even when asked, well, how did no one hear that shot? Well, it's loud, all the machinery. Well, what did you do with your body? Joseph Quiles, again, does not know about Ace Pick-A-Part at all, ladies and gentlemen. Stated that his brother told him, I submit to you're going to hear, he put her body in a container, a dumpster that was being collected. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear, on December 20th, 2018, a dumpster was collected. That dumpster then was tracked to the Otis landfill. And you're going to hear that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office spent 16 tirelessly days there. However, it was a disadvantage already. The defendant said he killed her on or about between that 19th and the 20th. And when I say on or about, because, ladies and gentlemen, not only I submit you will hear from Joseph Quiles, you are going to hear that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office homicide detectives put a wire on Morris McClendon. And George Jackson was present. And on the wire, that's also where I talked about those statements that I first started out with. And then the defense even asked in the wire, submit to you, well, what if something happens with that container? The defendant talks about, well, I've got the elements to my advantage. It's been raining. And you will even see on the Ace video Pick-A-Part, it's raining. You'll see the defendant. He's going to be in a rain suit. Bright neon. Pretty easy to pick out. I submit to you. Again, make your own assumptions later. It's raining. It's the holiday time. And by the time detectives find out on the 8th, there's already been a couple of weeks. And I submit to you common sense, and you will hear from testimony, that garbage is piling up at that landfill. And by the time Jacksonville Sheriff's Office can get there and start, it's January 15th. Several days, couple weeks later. And you're going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, we own it. We did not find IS. However, there were items found at the landfill. Because what you're also going to hear is that IS liked the brand Victoria's Secret, and that she left with several items of her Victoria's Secret brand that she had. And there are a couple things that the family will point out, Kimberly Mobley and Iyana Sawyer, that is in fact IS's. But you're also, and you're going to hear about the firearm. The defendant talks about, I used my 9mm firearm. You're going to hear, I submit to you, you'll hear that in the wire. And he states, And so the same day, I also had to go and, fire the gun just in case. So Jacksonville Sheriff's Office goes to the gun gallery, and lo and behold, on 12/20/2018, the defendant came and shot his 9mm firearm. That 9mm firearm was taken, and it is in custody, and you all will see that during this case. Another thing, too, to think about is you are going to hear that Don Quay and parsley. And I submit parsley is a common thing that most people hear about for cooking, but a lot of people have not necessarily heard about Don Quay. We're going to hear that if a woman takes those two items, you're going to hear from Dr. Thomas. She also did the sexual assault examination of IS back in March of 2018. You are going to hear that those two items combined can make a woman have a miscarriage. And you are going to hear from SS that that's what was given to IS and SS in regards to the Don Quay and the parsley for IS to have a miscarriage. Because you're going to hear that there was a code name for the defendant. The code name for the defendant was Jose. That's how IS would refer to the romantic partner in her life, as Jose. But SS is going to tell you that Jose was in fact the defendant. Because when you even hear from IS's friends, they only knew the person to be Jose. They never knew who the person was either. This was a deep, guarded secret. But again, it was her uncle. And so what we're going to find out from those two items, they are found in the bedroom because IS and SS shared a bedroom. Now, what we're also going to learn, though, those two items were purchased on the defendant's Amazon account from their Wells Fargo bank account, was paid for in October of 2017. So again, going back to linking those items to the defendant. Now, the defendant talks about, I'll submit to you all, and the wire as well, about having an inappropriate sexual relationship with the defendant. In fact, at one point, even in the wire, I submit, you're going to hear, they ask, well, how did you manage to have sex with your wife around? And then the defendant's response, I submit that you will hear, just random spots. You know what I'm saying. Go to the store, in the car. And I submit to you this was going on during this 2018 year. Because there's another thing you're going to hear from SS. The defendant liked to talk to SS and IS on Snapchat. Not regular texting, not regular phone, but Snapchat. And SS is going to tell you the reason why is because Snapchat messages disappear. However, IS had more than one Snapchat account. She had XS Iyana. Iyana was a nickname of her first name. And then she had Princess 446. And ladies and gentlemen, submit to you that the defendant was using Princess 446 so nobody would know. And I submit to you, you're going to see these messages. And these messages are from 2018. And they show about the horrific sexual relationship the defendant was having with his niece. There will be indicators in those messages that it's clearly the defendant. You're going to hear about his wife, your mother, you're 16, you're going to go to college, can't believe you're pregnant, even telling her, I'll give you another child. So there's a lot, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously thinking about all of this too, you're going to hear from another inmate as well that says the defendant confessed to him. You're also going to hear that the defendant stated he never left work that day on December 19, 2018. However, it's going to be refuted, I submit you all. One, Ace video. The defendant leaves Ace at approximately 11:15 a.m. and is gone for about an hour and 15 minutes. And the time the IS leaves Terry Parker is about 11 a.m. And then you're also going to see that the defendant's timesheet also says that he never left that day. He told police that he never left work that day. But again, the physical evidence will refute that. So ladies and gentlemen, after you hear all the evidence, and again, it's going to be a lot, think about the dates, thinking about how each item, each person is bringing those puzzles to make that grand picture so we know what we're finally getting to. That defendant, again, with that statement of couldn't have her have the baby, because you're also going to hear that all of defendant's children look just like him. He knew he couldn't take that risk. So the defendant, I submit to you after all the evidence, it will show that the defendant had an inappropriate sexual relationship with his 15 and 16-year-old niece, and that familial custodial relationship of him being the uncle, and that when she got pregnant, she wasn't having an abortion, and he knew the consequences of his actions. It was at that time to get rid of the evidence. However, thankfully, based upon the evidence we'll present, coupled with the defendant's own statements, his own words, you all will, we submit, we are confident that the state of Florida has proved each count beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will ask each of you to render a verdict of guilty to all counts. Thank you.
Defense, you may inquire. You're ready. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Robert Davis. Myself, along with Christine Michelle, represent Johnathan Quiles in this matter. As stated, the state, Mr. Skinner, Ms. French, they represent the state. These are great people that have a very tough job. But that does not mean that they don't have to meet their burden. Burden is they have to prove that Mr. Quiles is the one that committed this crime. That crime, as you can see, is that of premeditated first-degree murder. They have to prove that Mr. Quiles is the, in fact, person who killed, and I'll say it just once, Iyana Sawyer and her unborn child. They have to prove that. And they also have to prove that he premeditated it and did it in such a way to make sure, as the state said, that this was a heinous crime. I submit to you, as you hear the testimony over the next week, week and a half, the state will not be able to meet that burden. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the trier of fact. You are going to be hearing the testimony. You will be determining who's telling the truth. You will be determining who's making assumptions and who is not. Now, next one, Kristen. The state has also proved the issue or the charge of sexual battery. They are saying that Johnathan Quiles did in fact have sex with his niece, IS. That's the state's version. That is what they are saying. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the end of the day, they will not be able to meet that burden. After you hear all the testimony, they will not be able to prove that Johnathan Quiles is in fact the father of the unborn child. There will be speculation that he is. There will be assumptions that he is. And we believe that the testimony you're going to hear by the family, as the state said, they're going to come in here, this is a big family, they're, for the most part, a fairly tight-knit group. But they will be assuming that based on that July weekend and thereabouts in that short time frame, they will be assuming that Johnathan Quiles is the one that fathered that child. There will be no direct evidence to say that he did. You will not hear it. You will hear from SS, who says she believes that he's the father. You're going to hear from Kimberly Mobley, the mother of IS. She believes that he's the father. But again, there will be no direct evidence. There will be no DNA to say he's the father. There will be no corroboration of that other than they believe he did it. Go ahead. The state must prove that Johnathan Quiles was in fact the person that killed IS. Again, they have to prove this. And they have to prove it in such a manner that it is beyond a reasonable doubt that Johnathan Quiles is the one that did it. The state is going to bring in detectives, various witnesses, all kinds of people from throughout the county over a very lengthy investigation. The state clearly said it. They don't have a body. We believe that you are going to hear that they're assuming that the scene is Ace Pick-a-Part, where Mr. Quiles worked. You will hear the testimony that, yes, IS left Terry Parker High School and she was last seen around 11 o'clock on December the 18th. But they cannot say for certain that she went to Ace Pick-a-Part where Mr. Quiles worked. They're going to show you these videos. You're going to see it. What you're not going to see is IS at Ace Pick-a-Part. What you're not going to see is any blood of a crime scene where he's alleged to have murdered her there. What you're not going to see is an actual killing and the use of a gun to kill IS, as the state has alleged. You're not going to see it. Therefore, we believe they cannot meet their burden of premeditated murder. And therefore, we believe there will be reasonable doubt. But again, Mr. Quiles has entered a plea of not guilty in this case. Mr. Quiles sits there with us at this table, and he is innocent of any and all crimes until they can prove otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe after you hear all of this, they cannot meet that burden. During jury selection, we went over this time and time and time again. Mr. Quiles doesn't have to prove anything. Not one thing. The state, Mr. Skinner and Ms. French are the ones that have to prove it. And the person and the people they have to prove it to is you, ladies and gentlemen. You are the trier of fact. You are the ones that have to be the ones to listen to the evidence and listen to the testimony and view the evidence. And the state has to prove to you that a crime was committed. And we submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, they can't meet that burden. Again, we brought up during jury selection and questioning as to reasonable doubt. And that should be in front of you there on the screen. Reasonable doubt is that is speculative, imaginary, or a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, the state is going to present to you over the next week, week and a half, a voluminous amount of evidence. Please pay attention to all of this. Pay attention to their timeline. We believe that their own timeline isn't going to fit. Why is that? We believe you're going to hear testimony that she was actually seen on the day of and after when the state is alleging she's dead. That is reasonable doubt. They're saying she's dead, and people are saying they see her and are calling into the police to say that they've seen her. As the state has said, this started off as a runaway case. She was deemed a runaway and missing for a substantial period of time, more than a week, during the holidays. It isn't until approximately 3 weeks, close to a month, before they make a determination to go and search the Otis landfill. And we believe the testimony you're going to hear is after 3 weeks of searching, couldn't find the body. You are going to see items from Victoria's Secret that is said to have been found there. You're going to hear testimony that they believe that these items belong to IS. Ladies and gentlemen, these items that are found, that are Victoria's Secret, are sold in every Victoria's Secret store throughout the United States. if not the world. And we don't believe the state can actually prove that the items that they're going to show you, they believe are ISs, but they cannot prove for a fact that they are ISs. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that is reasonable doubt. It's speculative. You're going to hear from law enforcement witnesses. You were asked about all of this during voir dire. The fact that a witness is employed by law enforcement, he's just another witness. He's no better, no worse than anybody else that's going to take this stand. And you, ladies and gentlemen, will determine the truthfulness, the veracity, and the weight of the evidence and the testimony that they are going to be giving to you. They are no better, no worse than any other witness that takes a stand. They're human beings and they make mistakes just like everybody else. Now, this was brought up to you again during voir dire. The fact that if the defendant does not testify, meaning Mr. Quiles, if the defendant exercises his fundamental right to not testify, you cannot view this in any way, shape, or form as an admission of guilt. He has an absolute right to sit there and not say a word. Again, can't emphasize this enough. They have the burden. They must prove he committed a crime. And ladies and gentlemen, you of the jury should not ever be concerned that he doesn't make a statement, or even if he doesn't present any evidence. We live in the greatest country in the world, and I say that because in other countries throughout the world, you have to profess your innocence. We here in the United States don't. We don't have to prove anything. The state must prove that he's committed a crime. In other countries, that isn't so. You have to stand up and profess your innocence and say, I didn't do it. You don't have to do that here. They have to prove it. And we submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, again, they cannot meet that burden in this case. You will be able to evaluate the witnesses, the capacity and the opportunity of the witness to observe, whether it's the offender, on video, or whatever. At the time of the observation, the conditions at the time, whether it was day, night, raining, and the lighting in the distance. This is going to be critical in this. You are also going to be listening to a wire. Look at and listen to the fact of these people that they're presenting. They're inmates. Those inmates are looking to gain favor by testifying against Mr. Quiles in an effort to get a reduction in whatever case they have going on. And you are going to hear from them when the state calls them. And you are going to hear what they have to gain by giving their testimony. Please pay close attention to that, because they have something to gain. The state wants you to use your common sense. Absolutely. Use your common sense. But when you use your common sense, that doesn't mean that you check at the door and say, okay, just because I'm using my common sense, that relieves them of their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Quiles has committed a crime. Okay. Pay attention to everything in this case. Hold the state to their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. Listen to the testimony. You're going to watch videos, you're going to listen to testimonies, listen to the recordings, and make the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of the things you're not going to see in this case. The state will not be able to show you the body of IS, or that she's dead, and no remains were ever found. You are not going to see an actual crime scene at A's pick-apart as the state is alleging. She was murdered there. You are going to hear from their testimony into which they cannot say, after searching A's pick-apart multiple times, you're going to hear that they went there with cadaver dogs. Never found a body. Cadaver dogs gave hits, but remember, this is a place where vehicles are taken after multiple crashes. And people have been hurt in crashes or whatever. But they cannot say IS was actually killed at A's pick-apart. They want you to believe it, but they can't prove it. You're not going to see any blood at the scene that is related to IS. Again, you're not going to see any physical evidence that a murder actually occurred there. And there will be no physical evidence to prove as to the manner of how the state is alleging IS died. None. Again, no actual evidence. No physical evidence of a murder scene. There's no blood. There's going to be lack of DNA. Complete. The state is going to allege that the gun that our client, Mr. Quiles, owned is the murder weapon. But we submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, they have the burden to prove that he actually used that gun to kill her. The state's version of how the alleged murder happened cannot be confirmed in any way. Pay close attention to this. Pay attention to the facts, their timelines, and what they're presenting. The fact that you're going to hear testimony that Mr. Quiles left A's pick-apart for an hour around the same time that IS is alleged to have left Terry Parker High School and met up with him. Pay attention to the testimony, ladies and gentlemen. We don't believe the state can meet their burden to prove that they met. Because Terry Parker High School is a long way away from where we believe the evidence is going to show that Mr. Quiles went for work up to an auto parts store near the airport. There's a long way away. And how does IS, a 16-year-old who's on foot when she leaves school, get from Terry Parker High School to the airport? Multiple people see IS again. You're going to hear testimony as to this, that the state assumes she was killed, and they want you to believe that. But these witnesses are going to say she's seen after the time and date that they're alleging she's dead. That, ladies and gentlemen, will lead to reasonable doubt. The state will not be able to prove premeditated murder because they can't prove she's dead in the first place. Focus on the testimony. We believe you're going to hear from Kamar Humphrey and his relationship with IS. And the fact that he is the one that sexually battered her previously during February or March of 2018. We believe that when he takes the stand and testifies, that you are going to hear that he lied about where he was on the date IS went missing. And the police, we believe the testimony you're going to hear is the police failed to properly investigate him as a possible suspect. And they didn't look into it as close as they could have. They're human. They made a mistake. Police never confirmed his alibi. The use of IS's credit card will come into play on the date she goes missing. Because at the time they're saying she is with Johnathan Quiles, her card is being used in a completely different side of town. But the state wants you to believe that Johnathan Quiles has taken her somewhere else. And please, listen to the testimony that you're going to hear as to the area she is seen in on the date she goes missing, as well as where these other people see her after the fact. These will be critical elements, and we believe flaws in the state's case. There's going to be several things in evidence and testimony that you are going to hear that we believe are in question. That of Joseph Quiles. Yes, his own brother is going to come here. He's coming here from New York. You're going to hear from his own brother that these two have a very strained and complicated relationship, to put it mildly. Family dynamics always are. The state, as they said in their opening, says that Joseph Quiles says that Johnathan Quiles made all these statements about confessing to doing these things to IS. We believe that the testimony you're going to hear is Johnathan Quiles made statements, but his brother thought he was joking. We believe the testimony you're also going to hear is he doesn't believe his brother could even do it. He's not that type of guy. Not a violent person. He's a family man. Loves his family, believes in his family. You're going to hear from Damian Hatch. Damian Hatch is going to be called to testify as to this alleged conversation that occurred over at the jail. There are going to be several things that are stated. Pay attention to this testimony, ladies and gentlemen, because there's inconsistencies galore here. When you hear these inconsistencies, it will make you, we believe, question the truthfulness and veracity. You're also going to hear potentially from a couple of others that are jailhouse snitches, wires. But again, what is their motive? They're doing this to get something from the state so that they can get either a reduced sentence or gain favor with the state in their own case. You're going to hear, as the state said, about a DNA rape kit. Going to be that of Kamar Humphrey. In the crotch, of IS's underwear. You're going to hear from FDLE as to that. Now, the state has alleged that Mr. Quiles' DNA is also there. We believe the testimony you're going to hear from FDLE is that Kamar Humphrey's DNA that is there is that of semen. The DNA of Mr. Quiles is not, or could not be confirmed to be semen. It's just a DNA transfer. State wants to use that as proof that they say Mr. Quiles had a sexual relationship. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the testimony, Kamar Humphrey did, but there will be no evidence to prove that Johnathan Quiles actually had a sexual relationship with IS. Your role in this case as a juror is to listen to the evidence, evaluate those witnesses, again, their truthfulness, their veracity, and their accuracy. Pay attention to these inconsistencies. We can't emphasize this enough. Inconsistencies lead to reasonable doubt is what will lead to a not guilty verdict. Make sure that the evidence presented by the state actually applies to this case and is not there to inflame or reach to your emotions, which will lead to allegations and assumptions. Pay attention to the reasonable alternatives. That's where using your common sense, where the state says, you can go ahead and use your common sense. If A happened, B must have happened. Well, just because A happened doesn't always mean B happened. It could have led to C. Your job here is to weigh the evidence and determine, again, who's telling the truth and whether or not the state has met their burden. When questioning the evidence that the state presents, make sure you establish that a crime was actually committed here. And that the person that committed that crime was Johnathan Quiles. Again, we don't believe the state can meet that burden. When weighing the course of the evidence through the course of this case, we believe you will still question as to whether or not this gave rise to reasonable doubt. And that reasonable doubt, at the end of the case, you will have to find Mr. Quiles not guilty. Right? At the conclusion of the case, you will be given rules for deliberation. They're there on the screen in front of you, and these are very important. The case must be decided, as we stated multiple times during voir dire, only on the facts and evidence presented here in this courtroom. And the state must present those facts and evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And we don't believe they can. Reasonable doubt is, again, one that wavers, vacillate, or becomes speculative in nature. Remember what we say as lawyers? We're here to say this to give you a guidance of what we believe you're going to hear or not hear in this case. What we say is not evidence. What those witnesses say when they take the stand, that's the evidence you have to pay attention to. And that evidence, at the end of the day, will again lead you to a not guilty verdict in this case. Your feelings in this case should not be influenced by prejudice, bias, or sympathy. We believe you're going to hear from several witnesses that will be here to testify for that very purpose. Stick to the facts. And we believe the state will not be able to prove those facts. And at the conclusion, based on those facts, you will find Mr. Quiles not guilty because the state can't meet this burden of beyond a reasonable doubt to prove he committed a crime. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Members of the jury, it's 10:37. It's probably a good time to take our mid-morning break. Given the number of you, let's take 25 minutes. So let's come back out at I'll say 11 o'clock. Well, let's keep it to 11:05 or so. That's about 25 to 30 minutes, given the number of you guys. We'll go from there, then take our lunch break, and then kind of follow the same pattern that we did during the past few days as well. Please remember, do not discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Do not do any independent research. And you guys have a nice break. Are the juries outside our presence? You guys can have a seat. Stay. How many witnesses do you think we could get to the next hour, 15 or so before we take a lunch break? I'm asking simply just to have an idea of how to structure it.
3 or 4, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to go, if you think I'm going one too far, where we're going to stretch too far, I don't want to go past 12:30-ish. That's what we did the past few days. I know it's a later lunch, but it breaks up the afternoon for the jury. If you think I'm going to push past that, just give me a look, and I'll just take I'll just take the lunch break there. All right, see you guys about 11 o'clock, 11:05 or so.
Yes, sir.
go back on the record. State v. Johnathan Quiles, 19 CF 7518. I have counsel for the state defense. Mr. Quiles, present. Yes, sir.
I discussed with the state as far as some of the witnesses that are upcoming. Rather than going back and forth, and we've got the binder with the actual transcripts if they're needed for cross-examination or even direct for refresher recollection of, is it acceptable if we were to put that up off to the side in the stand so that if they need to refer to it, it's there rather than going back and forth, Your Honor?
State.
No.
Okay. If you give it to the staff, if you give it, that's fine. If you give it to the staff, they can probably accommodate it for you.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
That doesn't bother me. Well, yeah.
Other than that, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I've got it.
Mr. Davis, you ready for the jury?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Sorry.
Let's bring the jury back in.
All right, here we go. That's right. I'm glad.
Your Honor, the jury is re-entered the court.
You guys may have a seat. Members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a nice mid-morning break. We'll probably take a same lunch break like we did the past couple days, depending on the flow of testimony, but I don't plan on being any later than it was the past few days. With that said, State, you may call your first witness.
Kimberly Mobley, Your Honor.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ms. Mobley, good morning to you. Ma'am, just have a seat. Just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll certainly do our best to accommodate you. The only request I would make is that if there is an objection made at some point during your testimony, just let me rule on the objection before you start talking, okay? And you can adjust the microphone as you do necessary.
Can I have a cup of water, please?
Yes. Can we get her a glass of water?
Thank you.
Certainly. And if you need a moment or anything, just take your time, okay?
Okay.
With that said, Ms. French, you may inquire. You're ready.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Kimberly Mobley.
And ma'am, can you spell your last name?
It's Mobley.
And where do you generally live?
In Arlington.
Is that here in Jacksonville?
It is Jacksonville, Florida.
And how long have you lived in the Jacksonville, Florida area?
38 years.
Would that be your whole life?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in the medical field.
And how long have you been practicing in the medical field?
13, almost 14 years.
And ma'am, do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 4.
And could you please tell me their initials, and if you could just tell the first 2 their date of birth and the second 2 just current ages, please.
Okay. The first 2 date of birth is September 6, 2002.
And can you give the initials of that child, ma'am?
Yes. IS.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to make sure that we don't speak at the same time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, ma'am. It's all right. And your second child, ma'am?
SS, September 25th, 2003. And then September 17th, 2005.
And what's the initials of that child?
SG.
And is that a son?
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. And you said you had a 4th child?
Yes. KM, May 11, 2009.
And up until recently, did all of your children live with you?
Yes.
When I say recently, I'm referring to your 3 youngest. Is that a yes? Okay. And is your oldest daughter, your second oldest daughter, SS, has she graduated high school?
Yes.
Now, are your 2 younger children still in school?
Yes.
Now, does IS and SS have the same father?
Yes, they do.
And what is his name, ma'am?
Willie Sawyer.
And could you spell his name, please, for the record?
Yes, it's WILLIESAWYER.
And are you currently in a relationship with their father?
No.
And how long have you not been in a relationship with IS and SS's father?
Maybe like, I think, close to like 16 years, 17.
So the 2 of you ended your relationship early on after having SS?
Yes.
Okay. And does Mr. Willie Sawyer live here in the Duval County area?
Yes, he does.
Now, ma'am, do you have a big family?
Yes.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 4 sisters, a brother.
And could you tell us their names, please?
Yes, my brother is James Mobley. My older sister is Jametta Mobley. Then there's Margiela Mobley, Naomi Mobley, and Paula Mobley.
And could you just please spell Jametta for us?
Yes, it's JAMETTA.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And do all of your sisters live here in the North Florida area?
Yes. Oh, one.
When you say yeah, you can explain a little bit more if you need to.
Well, yes. One saying Yulee. I'm not sure if I could set her.
So would that be Nassau County?
Yes.
Okay, just north of us?
Yes.
Okay. And is that just one of your sisters?
It's Jametta and Margie.
Okay. Does Paula and Naomi live a little bit closer?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your mother's name?
Winella Haynes.
Can you spell her first name, please?
Yes, it's WINELLA.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Now, are you close to your sisters?
Yes.
Are you also close with any of their spouses or partners?
I would say yes, we're close.
And would that be obviously the relationship?
Family, yes.
Remember, make sure that we don't talk over each other.
Sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. I know it's hard. Now, back in 2018, was your sister Naomi Mobley married?
Yes.
And who was she married to?
Johnathan Quiles.
And do you recall approximately from today's time frame that you had become acquainted with a Johnathan Quiles?
You asking how many years?
Yes, ma'am.
If it's from today, maybe 10 years. I'm not sure.
But give or take almost a decade.
Yes.
From today's time frame. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And is your sister still married to him today?
No.
Would you recognize this person, Johnathan Quiles, if you saw him again?
Yes.
Would you please take a moment and look about the courtroom to see if you recognize the person you know to be as Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
And you just nodded your head. Do you see the person that you know to be Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
Could you please identify that person, where they're located, and two, something that he is wearing?
Yes. He is sitting by Michelle at a table wearing a blue button-down shirt with his hair in a ponytail.
And is he wearing glasses?
Yes.
And Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Now, back in 2018, did Naomi Mobley have any children?
Yes.
How many?
One. She had one at the time.
And was that a daughter or a son?
A daughter.
And was she quite young at the time?
Yes.
And were her initials NQ?
Yes.
Since 2018, has Naomi Mobley had another child?
Yes.
And was that a son?
Yes.
And was that son born in earlier 2019?
Yes.
And is the defendant the father?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention to your oldest child, IS. Back in 2018, we'll talk about the fall time frame. Was she in school?
Yes.
Where was she attending?
She was attending Terry Parker High School.
What grade was she in?
She was in 10th.
How did she get to school normally?
She would ride the bus.
Now, your other daughter, SS, was she in middle school or high school back in the fall of 2018?
High school.
And what grade was SS in?
9th.
Was IS considered a homebody?
Yes.
And why is that?
She enjoyed being around family.
Where are the places, generally speaking, that IS would frequent?
To my house and my sister's house.
And when you say sister, you've got four.
Naomi house.
Now, were you working full-time back in 2018?
Yes.
And did Naomi Mobley help you when you were at work?
Yes.
Now, was Naomi Mobley the only one in her household that would help you with your children?
No, she wasn't.
And who else would assist?
Her husband, ex-husband, Johnathan.
Okay, the defendant that you've identified?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include all four of your children or a variation of your children?
Sometimes all four.
Were there occasions where just your two daughters would go over to the defendant's home?
Yes.
Now, did the defendant live in Naomi Mobley, your sister, did they live far from you?
I won't say too far, no.
Did they live at more than one location back in 2018?
I want to say it was just one location at 2018.
And do you remember where that was at?
It was off of 16th Street.
What about did they ever live at a location off of Trout River Road?
Yes.
Was that the second home they had lived in?
Yes, it was.
Now, did IS have a close group of friends?
Yes.
Can you just tell us their names, please?
Some of their names are Albertha, Marie, Haley, Sabria.
Had your daughter IS known them for years?
Yes.
And would that include elementary school?
Elementary. And some, I would say, kindergarten.
Would IS go over to any of her friends' homes?
Not really. She visited Sabria before a few times, but she never stayed the night.
In fact, did IS ever stay the night at any of her friends' homes?
No.
Where are the places that IS would stay the night?
My house and her aunt house, Naomi.
Was IS a good student?
Yes.
In fact, did she have straight A's?
Yes, she did.
And was IS preparing for college?
Yes, she was.
Did IS have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did someone in your family help provide that cell phone to her?
Yes.
And who was that?
I think the cell phone that she had, it was her cell phone services through her grandparents.
Okay, that's just all I'm asking right now. And would that be on your side, ma'am, or her father's side?
Her father's side.
And are their names Nancy and Clifford Ware?
Yes, it is.
Now, ma'am, I'm going to draw your attention right now to the early part of December of 2018. Did you find something out pretty shocking about your daughter, IS?
Yes.
What did you find out? And again, try not to go into statements, just what you learned.
That she was with child.
How did you feel after hearing this? Because how old was your daughter at the time?
16.
Okay.
I was a little upset at first because I didn't want her to get in the way of college. You know, her dreams got high dreams. She was in between, like, choosing to be a lawyer or a doctor. So I was upset at first, but when I came home from work and first time I felt baby kick, it was out the window. I just wanted to be supportive and be there for her.
Did your focus shift at that point?
Immediately.
Did you set up a OBGYN appointment for her?
Yes.
And specifically, do you remember what date you learned that your daughter IS was pregnant?
December 3rd.
And was the appointment you set up on December the 13th, 2018?
13th, yes.
And did you go with IS to that appointment?
Yes, I did.
And was the pregnancy confirmed when you were at that appointment?
Yes.
Did you also learn how far along IS was?
Yes.
How far along?
She was about 5 months, 22 weeks.
Now, how did you not know that your daughter was pregnant since she was already 5 months along?
Iyana.
Physical standpoint. I apologize for interrupting.
Iyana, she's tall, she's slim, and then also she wore a lot of hoodies over her.
In fact, was she about 5'8"?
Yes.
But quite thin?
Yes, she's thin.
Was abortion ever an option?
An option?
Abortion.
No, not for me. I didn't. No.
Okay. Was the plan for IS to have the baby?
Yes, she wanted to.
Did you find out the gender of IS's child?
Yes.
And what was it?
Gender was a girl.
And had she been named?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Hazel Michelle Mobley.
And again, not going into many details of statements, did you ask your daughter who was the father of her child?
Yes.
Did you ever learn who was the father of your child from IS?
No, no, she gave me a name.
Was that name Jose?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Did you do some math regarding that approximate 5 months time frame that your daughter was at?
Yes.
And what, if you're subtracting that 22 and a half, 5 months, what date did you get to?
July.
Now, in July of 2018, how old would have been IS?
15.
And shortly before that July 2018 timeframe, did IS and SS go somewhere that summer?
Yes.
Where did they go?
To their grandparents' house.
Would that be Mr. and Mrs. Ware?
Yes.
And do they live out of state?
Yes, they do.
In fact, do they live in Columbus, Georgia?
Yes.
Do you know when SS and IS came back from Georgia?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because it was my mom's birthday.
And what day is your mom's birthday?
July 7th.
Did you and your family have a birthday party for your mother?
Yes.
And was it actually on her birthday?
Yes, it was.
Was it a weekend
Yes.
that year? Now, did SS come home with you after the party?
After the party,
I'm talking about SS.
like to grab clothes from the house.
I'm just asking that. Well, let me rephrase my question. Maybe this will be a little bit easier. First, I'm about SS. Did SS come back to your home and stay at your home?
Oh, no.
What about IS?
No.
And where did IS and SS, if they even stayed at the same place, go to?
Their aunt house, Naomi.
And did they stay the night over there?
Yes, they did.
And just to be clear, that's also where the defendant was living.
Yes.
Now, prior to, and we'll get to, again, why we're ultimately here on the 12/19 date, but prior to that date, ma'am, did you accuse someone of being the father of IS's baby prior to her disappearing from Terry Parker High School?
Prior to it, there were some accusations, yes.
Did you make an accusation?
Yes.
And who was that against?
Johnathan.
And is that because of the math time frame that you calculated?
Yes.
At that time frame, I'm just talking about from the July time frame to the December time frame of 2018. I'm talking about personal knowledge, okay, ma'am? Not what you've heard, but just personal knowledge. Were you aware of any boyfriend-girlfriend relationship that IS was in?
No.
Now, kind of going back, thinking about potential boyfriend-girlfriend situations for IS, going back earlier in 2018, did you also learn something involving your daughter and a neighbor?
Yes.
And was that person Kamar Humphrey?
Yes, it was.
And back in March of 2018, how old was your daughter?
15.
And was the neighbor 20 years old?
Yes.
Did you report that to the police?
I did.
And the next day, did you accompany your daughter to have a sexual assault examination?
I did.
Now, after you, again, personal knowledge, after you reported the incident involving your daughter and the neighbor, Kamar Humphrey, did you ever see Kamar Humphrey again?
No, maybe like once. I think he ended up moving.
Did you ever see him talking with your daughter?
No.
And did you ultimately press charges against Kamar Humphrey on behalf of your daughter, IS?
Yes, I started the process.
Okay. Now, did your daughter like a particular brand?
Yes.
What brand was that?
It's the Victoria's Secret pink clothing line.
And did she like all the aspects of that brand?
Yes.
And when I say all aspects, I'm just meaning from like the beauty fragrance all the way through undergarments.
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a lot of those items
Yes, she did.
associated with that brand?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, I'm going to draw your attention now to December 19th, 2018. Did that start off as a normal day?
Yes.
Did you go to work?
Yes, I did.
Did your children go to school?
Yes.
And did your children ride the bus?
Yes.
However, did that day end normally?
No.
At some point, did you learn that your daughter, IS, did not ride the bus home?
I did.
Since you were at work, did you call on other family members to assist?
I did.
And were they Margie Mobley and Jametta Mobley?
Yes.
Who, and again, not going into statements, but who told you that IS had not come home on the bus?
SS.
Was that abnormal?
Yes, it was abnormal.
Did you normally have frequent contact with IS?
Yes.
Now, after hearing this, did you try to call her?
I did.
Were you able to reach her?
I was not.
Were you able to leave work?
I did leave work.
Did you go to Terry Parker High School?
Yes, I did.
Did you reach out to friends?
Yes.
Did you contact police?
My sister started it off. She called the cops for me.
Did you speak with the police later on?
Yes.
Did you create flyers?
Yes.
However, did you ever hear from IS?
No.
Where did IS work back in 2018?
At Chick-fil-A.
And did you ultimately obtain her paychecks that she never picked up?
Yes.
Now, did you go through IS's room?
Yes.
Were you trying to find anything and everything to find out why your daughter was not home?
Yes.
Did IS and SS share a bedroom?
They did.
What did you notice was missing from IS's portion of the bedroom?
Some of her underwear, bras, her clothing.
That was from that Victoria's Secret pink brand?
Yes.
Did you let police know?
Yes.
Now, we've been talking a lot about IS. So I'm gonna approach. Just give me one moment. Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as stipulation states evidence 22. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who is it?
My daughter.
Is this IS?
Yes, it is.
And is this what IS looked like when she never came back in December of 2018?
Yes.
Next, I'm showing you state's evidence 23. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And can you tell us what is State's Evidence 23?
It's IS.
And what is it showing about IS?
Her pregnancy, her stomach.
Can we see that she is pregnant in State's Evidence 23?
Yes.
And is she also wearing her favorite brand?
Yes.
Okay. And in State's Evidence 23, was this photograph taken near the time frame before December 19th, 2018?
Yes.
Next, I'm showing you State's Evidence 24. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what are we looking at in State's Evidence 24?
My granddaughter Hazel.
And is this a sonogram picture?
Yes, it is.
And was this taken on December 13th, 2018?
Yes, it was.
When you were present and the pregnancy was confirmed?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, at some point, did you get contacted by a homicide detective, Billy Abbott?
Yes.
And is that when you learned that the investigation of your daughter had turned into a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, had anyone seen her since December 19, 2018?
No.
Now, ma'am, I'm going to show you, which marked as State's Evidence 25, that's been stipulated into evidence. Ma'am, is your screen up?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I know we got a big screen, but you got a screen right beside you.
Members of the jury, are your TV monitors working? Okay. If at any point they're not working and you think they should be based off what your testimony is, just raise your hand, let me know so I don't have to keep asking you this.
Now, ma'am, in State's Evidence 25, are we looking at Terry Parker High School?
Yes, we are.
Now, ma'am, we just saw an individual in State's Evidence 25. Who was that person?
Yes.
And is that from the last day that she was at school?
Yes, it is.
Now, ma'am, did you ever, or was IS's cell phone ever recovered?
No.
After speaking with Detective Abbott, were you informed that they were going to search the landfill?
Yes.
And were you asked to look at some of the items from the landfill?
So
some of the items that were found from the landfill later on.
Later on,
However, while JSO was at the landfill, were you asked if you could describe any of the Victoria's Secret undergarments?
yes,
Was there a time frame that you and your sister and yourself, and you can clarify which, so I believe it was Jametta, or is it Paula?
Paula.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That you, Paula Mobley, and then your daughter IS, did the three of you get matching undergarments from Victoria's Secret?
yes,
And did you describe those undergarments to police?
I did.
And were they for a specific seasonal time frame at Victoria's Secret?
It was.
And was that for Valentine's Day?
Yes, it was.
And have you ultimately had a chance to look at that undergarment that was found from the landfill? The actual item.
Yes,
And because of that item, did you then provide some items to JSO?
yes,
So, ma'am, I'm showing you states evidence 45 and 46. Do you recognize them?
I do.
And how do you recognize states evidence 45 and 46?
Because they're
Here,
my-
make sure, I'll stand up to make sure the microphone.
they were a gift from my sister.
And can you tell us what they are?
They're Victoria's Secret Valentine's Day underwear.
And are these the two items that you provided to JSO?
I did.
Now, were you shown the item, like we talked about, in states evidence 42?
Yes,
And did you recognize states evidence 42?
yes.
What did you recognize states evidence 42 to be?
Iyana's IS underwear.
And that was, again, the matching pair to what you and your sister had.
It is.
Now, Ms. Mobley, just to be clear, these items, 45 and 46, were in your possession, correct?
Yes,
However, states evidence 42 was from the landfill.
yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and stipulated as states evidence 43A. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
Now, is it a bra?
yes it is.
Is it from Victoria's Secret?
Yes it is.
And did states evidence 43 from the landfill look similar to a bra that IS had?
Yes,
Now, states 43 is composite, where there's actually 3 bras. However, the only one that you recognize is the first one. Is that fair to say?
yes.
And again, I'll show you just to make sure. But the one that you feel more confident about is 43A?
Yes.
Next, Ms. Mobley, I'm showing you what's been marked and stipulated to as State's Evidence 44. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Are we looking at another brawl?
Yes.
And is it a brawl from Victoria's Secret?
Yes.
Who do you recognize State's Evidence 44 to be?
IS.
And do you feel confident about State's Evidence 43?
I do.
Now, ma'am, drawing your attention back to your residence, did you find something of interest in IS and SS bedroom?
I did.
And specifically in the closet area?
Yes.
And what were those items?
Pills.
And did you call police?
I did.
Did you have police come out?
Yes.
And did they take photographs?
They did.
And did they collect those items?
They did.
So next I'm going to show you what's been marked in as composite States 18. Now, at the time, were you living at 7834 India Avenue?
Yes.
And that's where IS was living as well?
Yes.
So I'm showing you States 18A. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
My house.
Now, in States 18B, can you tell me what we're looking at?
Yes. IS room.
Now, looks pretty messy. Tell us about that.
That was my doing. I was going through everything. I did let them know, the police officers, that I was going through everything, so it may be a little messy, but they told me to leave everything alone. But I went through books, shoes, blankets, closets, trying to find anything that could help locate her.
Now, what side of the room would be associated with IS?
The left.
And if you actually just take your finger, you can draw. Do you mind just circling? Yeah, take your finger, you can actually touch the screen. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And so just to be clear, for record purposes, is it fair to say, Ms. Mobley, that you have circled the bed that has hot pink and black bedding?
Yes.
Next in States 18C, is this just another view with some items picked up off the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Now in States Evidence 18D, what can we see that she again, her favorite brand?
Pink, Victoria's Secret.
Now in States Evidence 18E, can you describe what we're looking at?
Their closet.
When you say the closet, we're still in the bedroom of your daughters?
Yes.
Now, is there a certain item in the closet that caught your attention?
Yes.
Can you please circle that for us?
It's a shoebox.
Here, I'll let you start over, no worries. There you go. You said a shoebox.
Yes.
Is that an Adidas shoebox?
I don't recall the exact shoebox.
That's okay, no worries. What color is the shoebox?
I don't recall the exact shoebox.
That's okay. All right, let's keep looking here. States 18F. Is that a closer view of shoebox?
Yes,
All right. Now I'm showing you states 18G. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because those are the items I called about.
So is that the shoebox that we're talking
Yes.
about? Does that help refresh your recollection? Now, are these the items that you found within that shoebox?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Parsley and Don Quay.
And was there some tissue paper, an old Foot Locker receipt, and then a shoe tag? Is that fair to say, ma'am?
Yes.
Was there anything else that was in that shoebox that's not depicted in States 18I?
No.
And did law enforcement come and take those items?
Yes, they did.
Now, again, I'm just asking you a very general question. Did you learn that those pills could be connected to the defendant and your daughter, IS?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why you wanted law enforcement to have it?
Yes.
Now, did you physically touch those items?
I did.
And based upon that, were you asked to provide your DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And did you willingly provide your DNA?
I did.
Here, I just have one moment. Ms. Mobley, as we sit here today, September the 14th, 2023, have you had contact with your daughter, IS, in any format
No, I haven't.
since December 19th, 2018?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Good morning. Let's start, if we can, with the day that IS went missing. The day that she went missing, you said and you testified that your daughter informed you, SS, that IS did not get on the bus. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you question SS about where IS might be?
Yes.
You did not receive any information as to what her whereabouts were outside of the fact that she did not get on the bus, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that continued, that there was no knowledge of where she might be, what could have happened, or anything outside of she just didn't get on the bus. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that went on for days and weeks, in fact.
Yes.
After IS went missing, you started searching, correct?
Yes.
You were doing whatever you could to try and locate her and find out where she might be. Correct? Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you so much. When you were searching, at some point did you come across, or did you try to search for her debit card usage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact find that she had used her debit card the day she went missing?
We wasn't sure if Looked like there could have been a transaction, but I don't have direct access to her bank account. We wasn't sure.
Okay. And that bank account, was that one that I believe you testified to that was set up by her grandmother? Okay. And is that Miss Nancy Ware?
Yes, it is.
So she might have a little bit more information as to that credit card usage.
Yes.
As best as you can recall, though, do you recall that credit card potentially being used at a Wendy's?
Yes.
Okay. Did you follow up on that usage at the Wendy's? Did you go to that Wendy's?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember if you gave that information to police and asked them to follow up with that potential lead?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if they actually did in fact follow up with that to see if she had been to that Wendy's the day she went missing?
I want to say they looked into it.
Okay. Do you know what side of town that Wendy's was on?
I think the south side.
South side? East south side?
I think, yes.
Okay. Outside of that particular lead that you discovered in looking at her debit card usage, did you search other locations of where she might have gone and where she might have been?
Yes.
Okay. You were kind of doing that on your own, correct? It was just you and your family trying to find her.
Yes.
At that point in time, police weren't really doing the things that you all were doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And after she went missing, the police actually listed her as a runaway at that point, according to you.
Yes, I want to say.
Okay. And you're pretty upset with police. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, I was a little upset because I didn't believe that she was a runaway.
Understood. And more specifically, were you upset because they weren't publicizing her being missing in the news and in the media?
I was upset because my daughter, she's pregnant, she's missing, and I didn't get a ton of updates immediately.
Okay. Do you recall actually calling into police and demanding that they do so, that they put her on the news and that they start to publicize that?
I called the sheriff's office and asked them about it.
Okay. And I mean, fair to say you were trying to do anything you could to get them to publicize her being missing. Is that fair to say?
Publicize, yes. I was trying to get updates.
And you had made flyers, you had posted it on social media, you were doing whatever you possibly could to get the fact out that she was missing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the background that you gave as far as where IS would stay. You stated that she was at your house, obviously she lived with you.
Yes.
She stayed with her Aunt Naomi and her Uncle Johnathan.
Yes.
But she also stayed at her grandparents' house in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And she spent that whole summer before she went missing in Georgia with them.
Yes, she did.
And the date that you recall her coming back was July 7th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was that all four of your kids, or was that just IS and SS?
IS and SS who was out of town.
Okay. So when they came back, you said they came back for your mother's birthday party.
Yes.
And you remember that distinctly and confidently, that's the date.
Yes.
All right. And that, to you, is that the reason why, as you said, that you believe that that's the time period that she conceived the child that she was pregnant with when she went missing?
Yes. You said is that the reason
why you believe that's the time period that she conceived the child that she was pregnant with when she went missing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also believe that she spent a lot of time at her Aunt Naomi's house and her Uncle Jonathan's house, and so that's part of the reason as well?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about Jose. You stated that the person that she told you the father was Jose. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the name she gave me.
But she also gave you several other names.
It was another one that she did.
There were more than two names. Is that fair to say that she provided you with?
I don't recall. I think I know of at least two.
Okay, maybe more?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you, at some point, I know you were trying to figure out who these people who she named as the father were. You were actually doing investigation to try and figure out who that might be, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were calling people, talking to friends of friends to figure out who it could be.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you find and give information to police that you believe that IS and Jose were together in Azalea Ridge Apartments where Willie Sawyer, her father, was living at the time?
I don't recall.
You don't remember giving that information to police?
If I did, anything that I heard or seen, anything that I heard, I gave to the police. It was a lot of things, like if I hear this, see this, if I see somebody on Facebook or social media making comments, I gave it all to the police. I don't remember every single thing, but I did turn it over to police, anything I thought that may be useful.
Understood. As far as Jose, did you also at that time believe him to be, and I'm quoting, a Hispanic and black male?
Hispanic.
Okay. The black male portion, you don't recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall him being described as being mixed in any way?
I just know she said Puerto Rican.
Okay. And you don't specifically remember anything as it relates to Jose residing in the Azalea Ridge Apartments?
Not that I can recall of.
All right. You talked about your feelings about finding out that IS was pregnant. You said you were upset at first, but you decided to be supportive of her.
Yes.
When you were upset, I imagine that you were pretty irate to find out that your 15, 16-year-old daughter was pregnant.
I was shocked.
Did you yell at IS about that?
I did not yell at her.
Did you call her any derogatory names?
Not directly, no. If I vented a little bit, it'd probably been my sister, but to be honest, I thought it was a prank.
You talked about finding out that she was pregnant. You believe it was in December.
Yes.
December 3rd specifically, maybe even. Do you recall that as the date?
December 3rd.
And then 10 days later, you set the appointment, and that's when you all confirmed that she was, in fact, pregnant and 5 months pregnant.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned during your direct examination that accusations had been made about who the father was and that you made the accusation. It came from you that it was Johnathan Quiles who was the father.
Yes, I was one. Yes.
I'm sorry, repeat yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that accusation, you say you made that after you find out that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. Had there ever been any accusations prior to that of Johnathan Quiles having any sort of sexual relationship with IS?
You said prior to it?
Prior to IS getting pregnant?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Let's talk about Kamar Humphrey. Do you recall when how you found out that Kamar Humphrey had sexually battered IS?
Battered?
That he sexually assaulted IS?
That's it, yes.
How did you find that out?
I found out through my son.
Okay. At that point, you did in fact report that to police?
I did.
And you asked police to investigate that?
I did.
You provided them all the information that you could as far as what you knew about that situation?
Yes.
You mentioned, when you were asked actually, whether you had seen him any after that. And you stated that you don't think you did, you think he moved away.
Yes.
Do you remember when he moved away?
No, I think it was like very shortly after the situation where I called the cops on him.
So according to you, Kamar Humphrey was not living as your next door neighbor or across the street at the time that IS went missing?
I said, no, at the time she went missing, I don't think he was.
Okay. And did you know him? Did you know him well?
No.
Okay. Had you seen or talked to him before?
Yeah, he used to play basketball outside sometimes with my kids.
Okay. So outside of seeing him playing basketball with your kids outside, you didn't know anything else about him. Had you ever had any personal personal conversations with him?
No. Just like when, at the time I called the cops, but outside of that, no.
So you actually confronted him about that situation when you called the cops?
Yes, I asked him about it.
Okay. And after that situation with Mr. Humphrey, isn't it true that accusations that there was a sexual relationship between Johnathan Quiles and IS come out at that time?
After Humphrey?
Yes, around that time period.
I don't recall.
Following that time period and going throughout that entire year, you stated that your kids would continue to spend time at their Aunt Naomi and Uncle Jonathan's house, correct?
So, yes.
Okay. As far as Kamar's relationship with IS, outside of that one incident that you found out about and reported to police, were you aware of their relationship, of maintaining like a continuous relationship between them?
No.
Okay. And you don't actually know when or if there was any sort of relationship that happened or occurred after that?
Not to my knowledge, it wasn't.
All right, I want to talk to you about the items of evidence that you were shown. The first was the underwear, the Valentine's Day underwear as you described them, correct?
Yes.
All right. That and the bras, those bras that you identified or believe belong to IS, you cannot, as you sit here today, say for certain that those items belong to IS.
They look like the items that she have.
Exactly. Thank you. They look like items that you knew to have in her, she had in her possession, but as far as knowing that those are hers, you cannot say that.
Well, the underwear, I could definitely say that they look exactly like the ones that she had.
Okay. And that's fine. You can definitely say it looks like the ones she had.
Yes.
Okay. As far as the size, do you know what size those underwear were? The ones that are in evidence right there.
I don't know what size they are.
If I told you they were a large, is that IS's size?
Iyana picked up a little bit of weight with her pregnancy. She did sometimes. That's not her regular size as a large, but if she really wants something like boy shorts or even regular clothes, she will upsize. She didn't care.
All right. When you said she was quite thin, so what would her normal size be?
I don't recall. I have to go back and look at my planner.
You don't know if your child was a small, medium?
It was either, I'm not sure, maybe a medium. I'm not sure.
When those underwear were purchased with you, I believe your sister, you said it was a gift, and for IS, was that when she was pregnant, or was that prior to when she was pregnant that you guys obtained those underwear?
Before she was pregnant.
Okay, would that have been, you said Valentine's Day, would that have been February around Valentine's Day? So that was well before she got pregnant?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say she picked up a little weight, you're talking about during pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at that time, she would have been maybe a medium, according to you.
She could have been.
Okay, so if those underwear are a large that you identified, that would not be her size, correct?
I wouldn't say that because she do wear large underwear, boy shorts, and like I said earlier, she do tend to wear larger clothing. She takes my clothing.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things. As far as, well, let me ask you another follow-up question. I apologize. Let me back up just a little bit. You set the appointment to confirm IS's pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
And when you went there, you actually asked them to do a panorama, which would confirm the sex of the baby.
I actually I got a referral to have it done.
Okay. And so the doctor did send that referral out for you all. And that's how you were able to confirm that it was a girl or a boy?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys do any blood work or anything like that? Or was there anything that you requested specifically to find out whom the father may be?
No, we just took her to find out what the sex of the baby was.
Okay. There was nothing else, there's no DNA or anything like that to confirm who it is. So as you sit here today, you do not know who the father of IS's unborn child was.
Can you rephrase?
I'll repeat it. You want me to rephrase or
Yes.
repeat what I said? Okay, let me try again.
Sure.
Okay. You don't have any DNA nor anything else to confirm who the father of IS's unborn child is, correct?
I don't personally have DNA, no.
Okay. Did you know IS to be in any other relationships? I mean, like boyfriend, girlfriend type of relationships during that time period?
No.
Okay. And was that something that she would have confided in you about? Is that the type of conversations you all would have?
We had all type of conversations, but I wasn't aware of any boyfriend.
Fair to say that might be something she wouldn't share with you. If it's not, you can say she would share with me. That's fine if that's how you feel.
I think to a certain extent she may.
All right, I want to talk about the last thing you identified. You said that you had been searching IS and SS's room for any evidence of where she might be, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall finding items? I know you said there were several places that you tried to look and you can't recall all of them. Do you recall specifically locating some address that you believed IS could possibly be at? Do you remember this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you follow up on that yourself?
I did.
Okay. Did that lead to anything as far as there may be someone that she was with at that time?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, that address that you listed and that you found it did belong to a person, correct?
A lady.
Okay. It was a lady and she had children, correct?
Yes.
And those children there, they denied having anything to do with IS's disappearance.
Correct.
Did you provide that information to police?
Yes.
Did they follow up on that?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, no, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And the other thing that you talked about finding in the very end there was that shoebox. That shoebox, we saw pictures of it, was in the top right-hand corner of the closet that IS and SS shared, correct?
Yes.
And that box had been there since IS had gone missing. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I was just going through their room. I'm assuming yes.
Okay. It didn't look disturbed in the picture, so I'm asking, did you move that there? Did you put it there? Or was that somehow you found it?
Oh, it was there. I went through the shoebox.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So
Yes, sorry.
where is pictured it, or where you see it in the photo is where you found it.
Yes.
And obviously you've taken it down and looked in it,
Yes.
but then you returned it back to the spot before police arrived and looked through it. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You can't recall if you put it back there or not?
I'm not 100% sure. I just remember taking out the box. I pretty much tearing out the room, looking through everything. I just know I think they asked where did I get the items from. I'm not 100% sure. I don't recall.
Fair enough, and that's okay. As far as the pills that were found inside that box, your DNA is on those pills.
Yes.
No one else's DNA is on those pill bottles, as far as you know.
Oh.
You said no? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I know mine's probably on it because I touched it.
Okay. But as far as anyone else's DNA, you're not aware of anybody else's DNA being on those pill bottles?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that was found several months even after IS went missing. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall how long ago it was, like prior, after she went missing.
Okay. Was it quite some time after she went missing, or was it immediately after she went missing?
It wasn't immediately, like the next week or so. I don't remember.
Okay. You can't remember if it was weeks or if it had been a couple months or anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. And I'm assuming you did report it to police, so the day that you reported it to police would be the day that you found it?
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement told us that it was months later, that would probably be the most accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those pill bottles, had you ever seen them before?
No.
Okay. And I assume you asked your other daughter, SS, since it's in her closet, about that?
Yes.
And about their room, they both had beds in that room. I know we couldn't see two beds, but there are two beds in that bedroom photograph that we saw, correct?
Yes.
And I know you circled the one side that was IS's. The side that you can't really see, that's where SS was sleeping.
Yes.
That closet, however, that we saw, that's a shared closet that both of them used.
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know for certain whether or not those pill bottles belong to SS, if she had put them there, or if IS had put them there?
I don't recall when I asked her.
And you said that I know it was a little messy, and you had gone through a lot of stuff. At some point, police told you, don't do anything else, don't touch anything else, leave it as it is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you after that touch anything else in that area?
After they told me not to?
Correct.
No.
Okay, you didn't disturb anything further?
No, I left out the room.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Just one other follow-up question. In your search and in trying to figure out where IS might have been, do you recall there being a plane ticket found at some point?
I remember something about one, but I don't remember detail. I just remember something about it. I don't know details or anything.
Okay, that sounds familiar to you, though, that there was
I think
a plane ticket.
Heard one time.
Sorry, I didn't finish the question, so let me just finish it. You do recall hearing something about a plane ticket being found in relation to IS going missing?
I heard something in regards to a plane ticket, but I don't remember.
You don't remember the details?
Yes.
Of like where it was, at exact dates, those type of things?
I do not recall.
Understood. Would that have been information that you provided to law enforcement?
I don't recall.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Mobley, did you ever receive any information that your daughter took a plane flight?
I don't recall.
Were you going to do a DNA test of the baby after it was born?
It would have been more so like Iyana's IS decision.
Did you want to learn who the father was?
Yes.
Because your daughter was underage.
Yes.
And so was that something to be addressed once the baby was born?
Yes.
During the time frame of between March 2018 and December 2018, did you have any after reporting Kamar Humphrey to the police, did you have any problems with Kamar Humphrey?
Yes, before.
Just from the situation that you called the police on?
Yeah, it was just a little tension between the household.
Did you, though, have any issues with Kamar Humphrey after reporting him to the police?
No.
And the accusation against the defendant being the father of IS's baby was prior to December 19, 2018.
Can you repeat that?
No problem. Did you accuse the defendant of fathering your daughter's child prior to IS leaving Terry Parker on that December 19th date?
Yes, it was, yes.
Prior to December 19th, 2018, had your daughter ever went anywhere without your knowledge?
No.
Had she ever gone away for the night without your knowledge?
No.
Was this completely out of normal?
Completely, yes.
No further questions.
Ma'am, good to see you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
It is 12:20. Are you able to call another witness, or is it going to be 10 minutes?
Your Honor, we do have a short witness that I believe we can call before the lunch break.
Within 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Willie Sawyer, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, obviously this will be our last witness before we take our lunch break. Sir, come on forward. All right, sir, come over here to your right. Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made to your testimony, just don't answer the question until I rule on the objection, and then we'll go from there. Okay. That said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Willie Sawyer, Iyana's father.
And does she share the same last name as you?
Yes.
Okay. Just moving forward, we'll refer to her as IS. So thank you, sir, for telling us, though.
Okay.
Is she your only daughter?
No, I have two daughters.
And does your other daughter have the initials SS?
Yes.
And who is their mother, Kim Mobley?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally live here in Duval County?
Yes.
And how long you've lived here in Duval County?
Almost all my life, 20-some years, plus years.
And what do you do for a living?
I actually do all types of stuff, handyman.
Do you have, and you've talked about your two daughters, do you have other children?
Yes, my stepkids. I have 4.
Now, back in 2018, did your daughters live with you or their mother?
Their mother.
And did you have a good relationship with IS and SS?
Yes.
Now, where do your parents live?
They stay in Columbus, Georgia.
And is that Nancy and Clifford Ware?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go visit them?
Often, every now and then.
When you get the time off, probably.
Get the time off.
6 kids can keep you busy, that's for sure. Yeah. Yes, sir. Now, were there times that you would take your children, including IS and SS, up to Georgia?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2018, did you take your children to Georgia?
Yes.
And when you all were in Georgia, were you all focused on the family?
Pretty much, yes.
And were the activities family-based?
Yes.
Now, at some point, sir, before I get to that, actually, would IS come over and visit you?
Yes.
How often do you think that she would actually stay the night at your house?
It was mostly weekends.
And as she got older, was it a little less?
Yeah, a little less.
However, did you maintain communication with her?
No longer than 2 weeks the most.
And so you would not go longer than 2 weeks without speaking to your daughter? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would that include SS as well?
Yes.
And how would you communicate with IS?
It's both texting and phone calls.
Did you ever use any social media to contact her?
We had social media, but never really on social media. I call her or text her.
Yes, sir. Now, in December of 2018, do you recall the last time you had seen her?
The last time I actually seen her is when she was in Georgia. That was the last.
So that would have been the summertime of 2018?
Yes.
And I think you said that you had communicated her about 2 weeks prior to why we're here today?
Yes.
Now, did you learn the IS was pregnant?
Yes, I did.
Who told you IS was pregnant?
My mother.
Is that Nancy Ware?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity, without going in statements, to speak with IS about it?
No.
Now, how did you find out that IS never came home from school on December 19, 2018?
My kid's mother and my child actually called me and let me know.
Would that be SS?
Yes.
I just want to make sure you did not hear from, did you hear from IS on that day?
Maya? Yes, I heard from Maya.
And is that a nickname for SS?
Yes.
That's okay. I know it's difficult. You don't refer to your child with initials. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So I know it's odd. So I appreciate your patience with that. Just to be clear, you heard from your daughter SS on that day.
Yes.
Did you hear from IS on that December 19th day?
No.
After you learned that she did not come home from school, did you attempt to contact her?
Yes.
And was that through the telephone?
Yes.
Were you able to?
No.
Did you help look for IS?
Yes.
May I just have one moment? So my last question for you, sir. Have you had any contact with IS since she left Terry Parker High School early on December 19, 2018? When I say contact, sir, I mean letter, email, phone, social media, through a third party. Any contact, Mr. Sawyer, with your daughter?
No.
No further questions.
No, you're fine. Go for it.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll be brief. Second to last question to you was, did you help search for IS after she went missing? And you said you did.
Yes.
In fact, you actually looked where you lived at that time, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the name of the apartments that you lived at that time, what they were called?
Azalea Ridge.
Okay, at the Azalea Ridge apartments, you searched around and talked to people to try and find out if IS had been there, if they'd seen her.
Yes.
Okay. Was that based on information that you received that she had been there?
Not really. I was just looking anywhere.
Did you ever? I'm sorry.
The
Go
school,
ahead and finish.
the school is pretty much right by the apartment, so.
Okay, and you're within 5 minutes of the school, Terry Parker School.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive information that IS was believed to be at your apartments?
Yes.
Okay. And so you searched before you found that out. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. After you found out that she was believed to be where your apartments were, did you search again? Did you go around and talk to people?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interact with anybody that knew her?
I tried to, but I never got a chance to reach that person.
Okay. So there was a person there that you believe knew IS, but you never did get a hold of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that person, to this day, you've never been able to get a hold of them to find out anything?
No.
Okay. Did you provide that information to police?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if police followed up on that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. As far as you know, they didn't, but you're not sure. Is that correct?
Yes.
One moment. You talked about your parents. Your parents, they have a great relationship with your daughters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that the last time you had seen IS in person was when they were spending the summer of 2018 with your parents in Columbus, Georgia.
Yes.
Okay, and you actually were there in Georgia with them, visiting during that time period that they were staying with them.
Yes.
Okay, after that, the only contact you had with them was on the phone or text.
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you know who Johnathan Quiles is?
I met him one time ever in my life.
Okay,
Yes.
so you've never really known him in any capacity outside of the one once meeting him?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever heard any allegations, any accusations, or anything along those lines of Johnathan Quiles having a sexual relationship with your daughter, IS?
No.
Just one moment. All right, and I'll just take you back to that time period in the summer of 2018. Were you with them that whole summer, or did you just visit like on the weekends when you were off from work?
Pretty much the whole summer.
Okay, so you spent that summer with them there.
Yes.
And did they have friends and know people in the area?
No, normally when I have my kids, they're pretty much in my eyesight. They don't even leave my side for real.
Understood. Thank you so much, sir. Nothing further.
No further questions, and this witness can be excused by the state. I'm not sure if the defense is okay.
You guys can handle that outside me. Mr. Sawyer, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, members of the jury, this is a good time to take our lunch break. It's 12:31. Let's come back at 1:35. And we'll commence from there. Please remember, you guys are going to get tired of me saying this, but please remember, do not discuss this case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. You guys have a nice lunch. Jury's outside our presence. You guys can have a seat. Anything we need to take up before we take our lunch break, first from the state?
Nothing at this time, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis for the defense.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Skinner, I'm going to stop believing your time frame if this keeps up.
Yes, sir. I think some this afternoon may be shorter.
Okay,
We have actually several shorter witnesses.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a nice lunch break.
So when I plug the XLR directly into the camera, I'm getting the same buzzing I was getting with the XLR 3.5 when I was getting plugged into the ADAM. So, yeah. But then why was this harmonic preventing that? Yep. I don't know. Where would you see it? Yeah, with it. Like in the back? Yeah, both are on rear, channel 1 and channel 2. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think it's the cable. That's weird that the harmonic would be preventing that.
Yeah, that's what makes them the very expense. That's the only one after Wi-Fi. Ladies? Those are the only ones that like. They're really good. Yeah, better when you tell them.
Right there.
I usually tell them, what's the thing? Chocolate? Isn't that? But, like, with chocolate. So it's a healthy alternative. Yes. You can't tell them. Yes. Healthy herbs.
I've never done that. Where'd you eat that today? Who? Where'd you eat at? I didn't skip lunch. What?
I had too much going on.
It happens.
Yes, audio select doesn't rule, both channels are rear. And on the back, audio.
I might leave at 4:30 or, you know, just grab something on the way home.
Yeah.
I found
I have to stop.
a new truck at, you ever go to James Wells Park, the food truck over there?
Yeah.
On Monday, good food 24/7.
I know I've seen it, but I don't know if I've eaten there.
Wings and shrimp.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm plugged in right now.
Oh.
We don't go to the park as much because it's been so hot.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, we're going to Jimmy John's, Jumping Jacks. Sometimes we go to the prison meat food place. That's it, right?
I'm down.
And then sometimes we'll go to
This is the problem, that's just the monitor.
Redboard or the food trucks over by ViStar.
Is Redboard back open again?
I haven't been there in 2 weeks, so I don't know.
Is that the outdoor one?
The arrow.
The outdoor is on the roof, right?
4
Oh,
dots.
you're talking about the hamburger one?
To the left.
That's called,
Burger and bread.
burger and board.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's on. He's on the phone. As soon as Kenny gets off, I'll ask him what's going on.
Yeah.
Complain the last year.
They didn't?
No. Did you hear somebody complain?
I tried both, same thing.
He sent me a text. It's flashing again.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Weird.
Nobody's.
Okay, I'll play around with it some more. Yeah, they are.
No, I mean, yeah.
Ooh, okay, I'll probably not be back by 1, but I'll let you know. Yeah, Sydney knows. She's ready. I mean, you should say hello.
It's not necessary.
So I'm not going to be there. That's why you look at the calendar. Ooh, okay. Whatever. See you.
Any given you?
Yeah, or they shouldn't be streaming anymore. Oh, we're testing audio because I'm getting a buzz from their feed right now. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of
let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518 out of counsel for the state defense. Mr. Quiles present. Anything we need to handle before the jury comes back in? First from the state defense.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back in.
He's like, if you guys agree, I'm not dealing with it.
Bring it in, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the jury's reiterating report.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat, of course. We're going to continue with our trial this afternoon, and the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state of Florida calls Iyana Haynes.
Good morning to you. Come over here to your right. Just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Thank you.
And you can adjust the microphone as you scoot in to let your voice project. If there is an objection made during your testimony, just let me rule on the objection before you answer the question, okay?
Yes.
That said, state you may inquire. You ready?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ma'am, good afternoon. Will you state your name?
My name's Winella Maxine Haynes.
Yes, ma'am. Will you spell your first name, please?
Winella.
Right. And do you live here in Jacksonville?
I do.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
About 40-something years. It's been a while.
Yes, ma'am. And who is your husband?
Michael Haynes.
Can you say that one more time?
Michael Haynes.
Thank you. Can you direct your attention, ma'am, to the year of 2018? Were you still here living in Jacksonville at that time?
Yes.
All right. Who is Iyana Sawyer to you?
My granddaughter.
All right. And who is her mother?
Kimberly Mobley.
And is that your daughter?
My daughter.
Yes, ma'am. Can you give the jury an idea of how many children you have?
5.
And how many grandchildren you have?
About 22. I mean, it's quite a few.
Now, from your daughter, Kim, do you have another granddaughter, Samaya, SS?
Yes.
Ma'am, was there a time period where one of your daughters, Naomi, was married?
Yes.
All right. And who was she married to?
Johnathan Quiles.
All right. And how long would you have known Mr. Quiles from that time period till now?
With Naomi, about 5 years, but about 7 years in total.
Okay. Can you identify Mr. Quiles by pointing where he's seated in the courtroom, please?
Yes, he have glasses, the light blue shirt. His hair is back. He's right over there.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So identified, or so reflected, excuse me.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, at the time IS went missing, approximately how long had Naomi been married to the defendant, your daughter?
Probably about 5 years.
Okay. And ma'am, would the defendant be your granddaughter's uncle by marriage?
Yes.
Would you describe for the jury at first what kind of uncle he was to IS and if that changed?
At first, he was a good uncle. At first, he was a good uncle. He was teaching and talking, and he was a good uncle, a cool one.
At some point in time, did that change, and was that based on observations you made?
Yes.
How did that change?
As time went on, I walked into him. I'd seen him hugging her. He was like close to a lot of the kids, but he was closer to her.
Okay. And just in terms of big picture, was he around her often?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Of course. Just big picture, in 2018, was he around IS often?
As much as I know, yes. It was pretty much by his choice.
As time wore on, did he become more attached to IS?
Yes.
You describe that, please.
When I realized, as when I walked into, I saw him hugging her, and he wasn't hugging her like you would a buddy, a pal, or a niece or nephew. He was hugging her like you would your spouse, your mate, or someone you was in love with.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what you just saw. Was that in 2018?
Yes.
All right. And where did that take place?
At my daughter's house, Paula's, at one of my other daughter's house, Paula.
And was that at a family function?
Yes.
Was that at a family dinner?
Yes.
And is what you're about to describe take place in the backyard of this family dinner?
Yes.
All right. Was there a lot of folks there at this particular occasion?
At the house, yes, but outside, no.
That was my next question. When you walked out into the backyard during this dinner, how many people approximately were out there?
It was just me and my husband, and then him and her.
All right, and so the record's clear. So it was you and your husband, Michael.
Yes.
And when you say him, are you referring to the
Johnathan? Yes.
And when you say her, are you referring to IS?
I am. Yes.
Is this evening time?
It was.
All right. And when you walked out, will you describe the best you can, ma'am, what your eyes saw when you walked out there?
When he was hugged up, when he was hugged, he was hugged. His hands was around, he was hugged. They was in a full embrace. And when they seen me, it startled him.
It startled him?
Yes.
Did he break loose from that hug?
Yes, he did.
Was that right when he saw you?
Yes, when he seen me.
Okay. Was your husband next to you when this happened?
Yes.
Did that cause you some concern, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Would you describe the type of hug that the best you can with your own words, the type of hug this was?
It was like a full embrace, like a full body embrace.
Did it appear to be a hug like an uncle should be giving?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Because usually if a uncle, you hug higher, hug quick, move on. But that wasn't, they was attached. He was hugging her. He had an embrace.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Would you describe this hug as intimate?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Haynes, upon seeing this hug, did that cause you, at that point moving forward, did that cause you some concern?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do about it once you saw what your eyes saw?
I spoke with her mother. I spoke with my daughter, Kimberly, her mother, and I said it might be a wise thing not to let him be around them by themselves.
And did you, don't say anything she told you, but did you tell her that you were uncomfortable by what you saw?
Yes.
Did you tell her that your position was that he ought not to be around the grandchildren?
Yes, well, around the female, because around Iyana, and if he did that, females, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you give our jury an idea approximately when that happened in 2018?
It was like right when it was around the Thanksgiving, it was in that area, because that Paula's house, my daughter's house, that's where we usually have a big Thanksgiving, then all the family, we meet there. Right. And we was breaking up, we were dispersing, getting ready to go home.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that would be November of 2018?
Yes.
Right. Now, despite moving forward from that point, and despite telling your daughter, Kim, what you told her, did you notice moving forward the defendant was still seeing his niece, your granddaughter?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
In my opinion, by this point, he knew Kim's schedule. And so Kimberly told him, she was trying to say, don't go around my children unless you get my permission. So he knew her schedule. So he knew when to be there.
Mm-hmm. Overruled. The defense made a motion, objection to speculation. That objection is denied. You may continue. I don't know where we were in the question and answer.
Yes, sir.
It got fumbled. You may want to restate the question. That way the transcript's clear. Doesn't stop you from raising the objection later on if you deem it necessary.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Haynes, once you advised your daughter, Kim, that the defendant should not be around your granddaughter anymore, what, if anything, did you observe that caused you continued concern?
Because he still would be around her. And I would see her around her, and this was even after her mother told her, but he was still around her.
Did you observe occasions where he was still picking her up from Terry Parker High School?
No, I didn't, because I was in a different part of my life, no.
All right. Were the occasions that you observed them together at Kim's house?
No.
Tell us where you observed them together moving forward.
At his house.
At Naomi and the defendant's house?
Yes.
All right. And did you see that on multiple occasions?
A few, yes. And yes.
Ma'am, as time progressed from that November 2018 time period when you saw the hug, did you learn thereafter that IS was pregnant?
Yes.
All right. And you're certain you learned that after that hug?
After.
Okay. And did that cause you even greater concern?
Yes.
Now, could you give the jury an idea of what was going on around the time the whole family learned she was pregnant? Were they trying to figure something out? And if so, what?
We was trying to find out who was the baby's father.
All right. And ma'am, did you have a good relationship with IS?
Yes.
Did there come a time period after the hug that you saw that concerned you and after you found out she was pregnant that you took her on a walk by yourself?
Yes.
All right. And where did that walk take place?
That was around my house. They all came to my house.
And was that in between the Thanksgiving, November 2018 time period leading into December of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Was the purpose of your walk to ask her who the father was?
Just, I would like to talk with her anyway, but then, yeah, I did ask her. I'm like, well, is something that will embarrass the family? Because she would never say who the father was. I'm like, so I'm trying to understand why not, but she would not tell me.
All right. So with your question, were you asking her, is it someone that would cause shame and embarrassment to the family?
Correct.
Right. Moving forward from the walk that you took with her, just you and her, did it ever surface in the family who the father was leading up to when she went disappeared?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Can you give the jury an idea of, sort of describe your granddaughter, I.S., what type of young lady she was?
She was very smart. That was my little lawyer. She had other dreams. She wanted to be a surgeon, but that was my little lawyer, because I would see her work her way out of situations, or, like get excused from school, or well, because of this and this is this, and she would present her case until she was my little lawyer. No matter what her plans was, she was my little lawyer.
Yes, ma'am. Did you know her to be doing well in school at that time?
Yes, she was very smart. She was taking college course along with high school.
Can you describe the relationship between I.S. and her sister S.S.?
They was really close. As they was younger, they had their own language between them. They was really close. Some people, if they didn't know one was older than the other, they would even think that maybe they was twins, because they was really close. They had a strong bond.
Right. Did you know them to share a room together?
Yes.
All right. Did you know them to be around each other most of the time?
Yes.
Did you know them to always get along well with one another?
Yes.
Right. They have any major issues between each other?
No more than other children, but they was good children.
Would you describe them as close, like
yes,
sisters that would share things amongst each other?
Yes.
Ma'am, moving again forward to December 19 of 2018, okay? Was that the day that Iyana went missing from Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
Without telling us what anybody said, can you tell us how you were advised of that?
I found out from one of my daughters, and all of them was getting, Iyana didn't come to school. She didn't come home. And so all of us, I got her from work, and all of us started looking for her.
Let me ask it this way. Were you at work when you learned about this?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go from work the day that you learned she was missing? Where did you go?
To Kimberly's house.
Right. Is that where kind of the family congregated?
Yes.
Was the family searching through her room?
Yes. Searching everything that could give us any sort of idea how to find her. Where was she?
All right. And were you part of that yourself?
Yes.
I know that was probably an emotional time period. Let me ask you, can you give the jury an idea of the types of things members of your family were looking at in her room? Best you can.
Computers, through her drawers, her clothing, dressers, through her book bags, through her phone, anything that we could find that was hers, we was trying to find it. And her mother was trying to contact her friends. We're just going every way that we could.
And early on, around the December 19, leading into the next day or two, was there anything that led to her whereabouts during that time period at all?
No, nothing.
Was that very unusual for your granddaughter?
Yes, it was.
Had she ever run off like that before?
No, sir.
Now, eventually, the police get involved with the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do with the information about that hug you saw about a month prior? Did you ever go tell the police that?
I spoke with one officer. You want me to say the name of the? I spoke with an officer. I think it was Milwaukee, and she asked me, did I see anything that was unusual, and I told her about the hug.
All right. And would that be Detective Milwaukee?
Yes.
That's okay. You just mispronounced it. Yes, ma'am. Was there anything else of concern that you shared with the police, or was that generally what you shared?
That was generally what I talked to her about.
And you had mentioned that you received a phone call the day she went missing while you were at work. Where were you working at that time period?
At Northeast Florida Safety Council.
What were your duties there, ma'am?
I was a DUI administrator.
As days wore on, did you continue with your family to continue looking for ways to search for IS?
Yes.
They'll drive around looking at different houses.
Just everything, but they was more involved because they knew more of, her friends. But no, I didn't go as far as that, but we would all talk about it. But
All right. Let me ask you directly, ma'am. These are some tough questions, but I just need to ask you to make sure a record is clear. Did you ever hear from IS again?
no,
Did you ever receive a letter from IS ever again?
no,
Did you ever receive any type of social media interaction, communication with her ever again?
no,
Have your eyes ever seen her ever again?
no.
Is there anything you could tell this jury that would give you an indication that your daughter is alive, your granddaughter is alive, ma'am?
I wish it was something that I could say. I have no idea, nothing, because we was a family that we would communicate, and nothing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, ma'am, let's start with the hug. When you observed that hug, you said that it was Thanksgiving of 2018. Is that correct?
If that was the big dinner we had, yes.
Okay. Are you certain that that's the time period that you believe you saw it?
That was the dinner that we had, yes.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case on June 5th, 2023?
I remember giving a deposition when, I don't remember the date, but I do remember
If
giving
I represent to you that it's June 2023, that sounds about right. Is that fair?
Okay.
Do you recall me asking you during that deposition when you believe this hug to have occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall answering that it was a year before this case started?
That was in 2018.
Correct. So if the case was December of 2018, you would agree a year before that would be late 2017, maybe early 2018.
Then I was wrong in saying that because it was in 2018. Because the Thanksgiving, the walk, our dinner, she's gone.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Which one is it? Page 7, line 21.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what is a copy of your transcript of your deposition from June 5th, 2023. Do you see that reflected
Yes.
there?
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind turning to page, so you do recall giving a deposition?
Yes.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind turning to page 7 for me.
Can we go back to the podium for the question and answers?
Of course. Absolutely. And ma'am, if I could direct your attention to page 7, line number 25.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that there, ma'am?
I do.
If you wouldn't mind reading that line for me, please.
Out. Read it out.
Yes, out loud. If you actually, in fact, what you could do.
Time out. I'm
going to rephrase, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
Okay. Hold on a second. You have something to say, Mr. Skinner?
Yes, sir. Objection, improper impeachment. She's already admitted it was.
Okay, just legal basis.
Yes, sir. Improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could just read that to yourself, maybe that might refresh your recollection. Do you believe that might do so?
You say read it to myself?
Yes, ma'am.
Not out. Not out on the microphone.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And ma'am, if you could go through to page 8 through line 8.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Have you completed that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you've read that, does that refresh your recollection as to what you told me at that time period?
Then I was wrong on that time period because it wasn't 2017, it was 2018.
When you observed this hug or embrace, however you want to call it, did you observe Mr. Quiles in any way touching IS in an appropriate way?
Yes, his hands was wrapped around her body. She was very thin, very skinny, little young, sort of like your size. She was a very thin young lady. He had his hand wrapped around her body.
Okay, was he touching her on the buttocks or in some other private area?
His hand was just wrapped around her body. When I seen him hugging her, I wasn't trying to follow, I startled him.
You just thought it was too close. Is that fair?
It was too close.
Prior to you walking out there, there was a big family dinner going on. People, from my understanding, they were leaving out. People were dispersing at that point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so people were greeting each other or having final conversations before they left?
Most of the people was in the front of the house. They was going to their cars.
Okay, and when you said it was a big family dinner, you're talking grandkids, aunts, uncles?
Yes, yes.
Lots of people were there?
It was all about family, yes.
Okay, and people were all over the house? It wasn't just in one area? They were all over?
We was dispersing. Most of the families was going to their cars.
Okay, and you have no idea the conversation or anything leading up to when you walked out, that all you saw was a hug? It
wasn't just a hug.
From your perspective, of course.
It wasn't just a hug. If I hug my children, it's one way. If I hug my husband, it's another way. It wasn't just a hug.
All right, and you distinguish those hugs based on what exactly?
For one thing, his reaction. When I walked out and I seen him, he was hugging her. He jumped. I startled him.
When you say jumped, do you mean like jumped up in the air, or do you mean they broke apart?
No, he jumped loose. He came loose, apart.
Okay, so more so they broke apart part than physically jumping?
No, I startled him.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just asking as far as when they broke apart, that's the part that you viewed as startling him?
Yes, he pulled a loose. He broke apart, yes.
I'm just trying to make sure it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that you observed observed to be startled?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I just to be clear, you don't know anything of the conversation that happened prior to that. You only know what happened when you walked out and saw the hug.
They wasn't conversating.
Do you know that?
When I went out there, they wasn't conversating.
Okay, when you went out there, there was no conversation happening, but you don't know what happened prior to you coming out there. Is that fair to say?
No, I don't know what happened prior to that, but they wasn't conversating, not verbally.
When you saw them, they were not, but you do not know prior to that, correct?
I don't know. They wasn't, but when I seen them, they was not verbal.
Understood. After that, after you saw that, did you talk to IS about that at all?
Not that, no. I talked with her mother.
Okay. And when you talked to her mom, you said that you did or did not tell her about this hug?
I did not tell her about the hug.
Okay. You never mentioned this hug to her whatsoever?
No, I did not tell her about the hug. Matter of fact, today might be the first time she's hearing about the hug from me.
In fact, you never said anything to anybody about this hug that you observed and felt was so inappropriate until Detective Milowicki talked to you and asked you about Mr. Quiles. Is that correct?
My husband.
Well, you said your husband was there with you, so he also
was
observed.
with me.
Okay, so you never told anybody about this hug until Detective Milowicki asked you about Mr. Quiles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say you told your daughter to not let Mr. Quiles be around your granddaughters anymore.
I told her that he shouldn't be around them. She ought to monitor them, make sure she monitor them. He should not be around them by himself.
But you didn't give her any reason why. You just
I did not.
told her that generally.
Yes.
There was no further inquiry or anything like that.
No.
She just accepted that as it was.
She started acting on it.
To your knowledge, at that point, she did in fact tell, you were there or you heard her tell Mr. Quiles or whoever that they are no longer allowed to be around Mr. Quiles alone.
No, she said it out, that the reason why I say she said it because he was around her one time. She said, I told you not to go around them unless I'm here. Don't come to my house and get them unless I'm here.
And you were there when that happened?
Yes.
Okay.
That one I talked with her, yes.
And that was when?
That was after. It was like around in 2018. It was between that. In the early of December. It was in the earlier part of December because I told her Thanksgiving was near the end of the month of November, and I told her, and it was one time he came around, maybe more, but he came around, and she said, I told you not to go to my house. I'm not there without me.
And you were physically at the house when this happened?
No, a lot of time I talk with my kids on the phone, and I hear the conversation. I conversate with.
Okay, so this is a conversation.
I didn't see her tell him. I didn't see her tell him.
You were not there at the house when this incident that you're describing, where you heard her say this is something that you overheard on the phone?
Yeah, her telling him. I told him not to go around. I told him because she was very angry about it.
And you believe this was after Thanksgiving, and on this occasion, you overheard this conversation. At that time, Johnathan Quiles was at your daughter Kimberly Mobley's house.
I don't know he was at her house at that time, but she was telling him she don't want him around here if she's not there. I don't know if he was at her house at that time because he made it a point not to be there when she was there.
So tell me how you could have heard her telling Johnathan Quiles to not be at her house if he wasn't there and you also weren't there.
I talked with my daughter's on the phone. She was on the phone. One of my other daughters was on the phone. We communicate. And I hear her hollering. I told him not to come to my house if I'm not here. It was over the phone. Okay. I didn't see him when she told me.
Did you ever hear her say specifically Johnathan Quiles, or did you hear what you just said? I told him not to come here.
Yes, she said. She told him not to come there.
Did you hear her say Johnathan Quiles' name?
Oh, no, I didn't hear her tell, but I knew she was talking about him. I told John not to come to the house.
Okay, can you guys do me a favor? I know the tension gets high, but I need her to finish the question and before you answer, because we have a court reporter present, and it has to be an accurate depiction of what occurs. So just wait a hot second after the question, then you can answer the question, and she'll do the same thing to you when you respond, when you provide your answer, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Michelle, you may continue.
So my question was, did you ever hear her say his name in any way, or did she say, as what you said earlier, I told him not to come over here when I'm not here?
She said, I told John. That's what we called him, John. We didn't call him Johnathan.
All right. Outside of that, hearing that conversation about this occasion where she said, I told John not to come over here when I'm not here, do you know any of the other information as it relates to whether he had been at her house, whether the kids had been at Johnathan and Naomi's house, or anything along those lines?
Anything but, because I don't want to say like hearsay. I know they all would go there repeatedly. So to say when I seen him anytime after that, I don't remember seeing them at his house after that. Yes, I do.
I was going to ask you, because earlier on direct examination, you said you observed IS, at least, at Johnathan Quiles' house.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, when they moved to Trout, yes, she was there.
Do you know when they moved to the Trout River?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would April of 2018 sound about correct?
I'm not sure.
It was in 2018 that they moved to the Trout River?
Yes, around that time, because I know they told me I couldn't come there.
Okay. After they moved to Trout River Drive, this would have been, and I'm just talking specifically after the time period that you said you advised your daughter to tell them not to be alone with him. Did you ever see any of your grandchildren at Mr. Quiles' house?
Yes.
Okay, you personally saw that?
Yes.
Okay, how were you in a position to see that?
Okay. Her daughter, Jonathan's daughter, birthday came up, and I took a gift over there, and they was there at his house.
And when you say you took a gift over there?
To Jonathan's house.
And when you say they were over there, who are you talking about?
IS and her sister.
IS and SS?
Yes.
And they were at the house with whom?
John was there, and Naomi was there. My daughter, other daughter was there, okay. And their baby was there.
And their daughter that you were bringing
yes,
gift for was there as well?
Their daughter was there.
Okay, was anybody else there to your knowledge?
Just Iyana and his dad, his son. They was all there.
Okay, so there were many family members there when you, on the occasion that you saw SS and IS there were several people there.
Yeah, his father and his son.
Did you ever, at any point in time, ever have the occasion to see IS or SS at the house with John alone?
No.
Okay. I want to back up a little bit because I understand that a lot's happened. It's been a long time. Prior to this incident occurring, what was your relationship like with Mr. Quiles and with your daughter Naomi Mobley?
I thought it was good. When they first got together, he came to me and asked me, could he marry her? Like, as long as you don't hit her, I raised her, don't hit her. And they was good. I thought they was a good couple.
And did you and Mr. Quiles have a relationship, a close relationship, or a good relationship?
At first, yes, we did.
And did you get to know him?
I just knew him as a son-in-law. I didn't know a whole lot. I used to talk with him, hear him talk about a lot of different things, but.
And did you know him to be a fairly affectionate person?
Overall, yes.
So, for example, would he hug everybody, call them pet names, that type of thing?
No, I don't know about all that.
Did he call you Mama? Was that a name he gave you?
Yeah.
And he called you that?
Mom.
As far as your observations of his relationship with your grandkids, specifically Kimberly Mobley's kids, he had a good relationship with them. Is that correct?
At first, yes. Okay. Yes.
And I believe you, at some point, you said that he taught them boxing and things like that.
The boys, yes.
And would you describe him as a good uncle?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And obviously, again, the case might change things, but prior to this, you observed him doing normal uncle things, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Nothing out of the ordinary. He was normal.
Is it also fair to say that since this case has started, that may have tainted your view of some of the things that you saw prior to?
Even before this case started, yeah. I started noticing changes.
Okay. And would that have anything to do with the allegations and the accusations that happened around that time that said that IS's unborn child was Johnathan Quiles? The father of, I'm sorry, the
Could you-
father of her unborn child was
Could you
Jonathan Quiles.
repeat the question again?
What I just asked you was whether that may have tainted some of your view of him, of Mr. Quiles. You said yes to that, but my secondary question, follow-up question to that was whether that also was influenced, that tainted view of him, if that was also influenced by the allegations that had been placed out there that Johnathan Quiles was the father of IS's unborn child.
Your Honor, objection, form of the question, confusion, compound question. I was asking counsel to break that up. That's a lot.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
You can answer, ma'am.
Okay, actually, one more time, sorry.
I know with the interruption sometimes it can be hard, so I'll try to shorten it just a little bit. You said that your view of Mr. Quiles was tainted, right? So I'm just asking, was that also tainted because of the allegations that Johnathan Quiles was the father of IS's unborn child?
No, it started changing when I seen them hug, maybe just a little bit before, but when I seen the hug, that's when it started changing totally. It was totally changed.
Okay. And prior to that hug, you had never seen anything inappropriate between them, correct?
No,
Okay. So there was no reason for you to have any suspicions or anything. Is that correct?
no.
As far as Kamar Humphrey, did you know about the allegations of sexual battery that Kamar Humphrey did against IS?
I heard about it, and that's all it was. I heard about it.
Okay. You weren't a part of any of that process or anything like that, reporting or anything like that?
No,
Okay. And you didn't know him?
no, I didn't know.
And you never observed anything personally between Kamar Humphrey and IS in any way?
I don't even know who he. If I was to see him, I wouldn't know him.
Fair enough. And you said that you talked about a conversation that you had with IS. I believe it was around the same time period that we've been talking about this whole time, in the after Thanksgiving time period. You said you kind of went on a walk with her and talked to her about if this might bring shame to the family in some way.
Shame. I asked her, would it bring shame to the family?
And did she ever, and you don't have to tell me anything that was said, but did she ever at any point identify who the father was to you?
No,
Did she ever identify Mr. Quiles as the father?
no,
Did she ever at any point indicate to you anything whatsoever inappropriate happening between her and Mr. Quiles?
no.
Just a moment.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Haynes, good to see you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state of Florida calls Nancy Ware.
Your Honor, defense got forms.
Ms. Michelle, do you need your paperwork in the witness stand?
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Ware, good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am. Just watch your step over here to the right. Need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Let's see, man.
You can adjust the microphone as you deem necessary to kind of project your voice in the courtroom. If there is an objection made by an attorney during your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me rule on the objection, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. State your main quiet, you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You introduce yourself to the jury.
Nancy Ware.
And can you tell us where you live, ma'am?
In Georgia.
What city?
Columbus.
And who do you live there with?
Me and my husband, Clifford Ware.
All right. And how long have you lived there?
About 15 years.
And does that mean you were in Columbus, Georgia in 2018?
Yes.
Who is Iyana Sawyer to you?
My granddaughter.
And is that by your son?
Yes.
And is your son's name Willie?
Yes.
Does your son Willie have another daughter, SS, named Samaya?
Yes.
Will you first tell our jury and describe for us the relationship that you have with those two granddaughters?
No, I have a beautiful relationship with my granddaughter. We used to get them on the summertime, and I would take them to church and go to the beach and to the park and just have a family time.
All right. Would they come visit with you each summer, generally speaking?
Yes.
And when they came to you for these visits, how long would they visit you?
Probably around June till about to the end of July.
All right. And that's typically?
Yes.
All right. And was it generally just the two of them that came to visit you and your husband?
Yes.
Would your son sometimes come?
Yes.
Anyone else?
No.
All right. And when they would come stay with you, would that be at your residence, your home?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to June of 2018. Did they come stay with you that month?
Yes.
All right. Now, as you develop your relationship with your granddaughters, did there come a time period where you set up any kind of account for them?
Yes, we set up a checking account for them.
All right. And what about a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just first talk about the checking account. Can you explain to the jury why you did that?
So just something so they can have in their pocket.
All right. And did you do that for both IS and SS?
Yes.
Okay. And did those checking accounts, were they somewhat like a ride-along account with your account?
My account.
Okay. Were you the sole owner of that account?
Yes.
Right. Have you had a chance to look at the records prior to coming to court today about that account?
No.
All right. Ma'am, I want to ask you, with respect to the amounts that you were putting into these particular accounts.
$25 every 2 weeks.
That's my next question. How often would you put that amount in?
Twice a month.
Okay. And did you do that for both granddaughters?
Yes.
And was that for the purposes of just giving them spending money?
Yes.
All right. And can you give us an idea about how long you were doing that for each?
Probably about 3 years.
Okay. And would that be leading up to when IS went missing?
Yes.
All right. Obviously, you probably continue to give to SS after that?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, my approach, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 that has been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize this, please, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
A checking account.
All right. At this checking account, will you first tell us what's the name of the bank at the top of this record?
Navy Federal Credit Union.
Is that where you do your banking?
Yes.
All right. And is your name noted at the top of this account looking at page 2?
Yes.
Does it have your account number on it?
Yes.
Does it have your granddaughter Iyana's name on it?
Yes.
Is the name of the account a campus checking account?
Yes.
Entry of each transaction that occurred on or between the dates of December 16, 2018 to January 15 of 2019.
Yes.
Were you the account holder of this account, ma'am?
Yes.
Did you do this for both IS and as well as SS?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the cell phone account, did you obtain a cell phone for both IS as well as SS?
Yes.
Was that through the company of Verizon?
Yes.
Were you the sole or majority account holder on that account?
Yes.
You and or your husband?
Yes, both of us.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury why you assisted them in getting them their own phone?
So that way we can just stay in communication with each other.
Now, the statement, the banking statement from Navy Federal Credit Union, did that statement come directly to your home address on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Did you continue to monitor that on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Did you continue to monitor that statement and account up until she went missing on December 19 of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Did you continue to monitor that account after she went missing?
Yes.
All right. Now, I noticed, ma'am, on that record, that on 3 dates, specifically December 19, 2018, as well as December 31st of 2018 and January 2nd of 2019, 2 of those days after she went missing, you put $25 into her account?
Well, it was coming in automatic.
That was my next question. Great. So those 3 $25 deposits were made from your account?
Yes.
To her account?
Yes.
And was that done on a monthly basis and or biweekly basis automatically?
Yes, automatically on a monthly, every 2 weeks.
Now, I noticed you did not stop the $25 deposits after she went missing. Tell the jury why not.
Because I was having hope that someday she'll return back, and it would be soon.
Did you notice any account activity, any spending, any specific charges or transactions that kept occurring after she went missing on December 19 of 2018?
No.
Other than the random recurring charge like to an Apple Tunes monthly account?
Yes.
All right. Did you see that on this particular month I just showed you?
Yes.
Okay. As time wore on after she went missing, going into January of 2019 and all the months following, did you ever see any transactions whatsoever on that account for IS?
No.
Now, ma'am, I want to direct your attention specifically to that summer visit between June and July of 2018. Did that particular summer visit end in the early portion of July 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And sitting here today, is there any way you can tell us the exact date, or is it just early July?
Early July.
Yes, ma'am. Now, when the 2 granddaughters, both IS and SS, left you, where did they go?
They went back home.
It's back home here in Jacksonville.
Yes.
Right. And did they go directly there?
Yes.
Did your son Willie take them there?
Yes.
Ma'am, after she left your home in early July of 2018, did you learn thereafter that IS became pregnant?
Yeah, back in November.
That was my next question. So first, just answer yes, you did.
Yes.
All right. Can you give the jury an idea of what month you learned about that?
She told me in October.
All right. Try not to say what somebody else told you. Let me ask you this question. When you learned that she was pregnant, did you take that information and pass it along to somebody else?
Yes.
Who did you tell?
I told her father.
Right. Is that your son?
Yes.
Right. Did you tell Kim, her mother?
I I asked Iyana to share it with her mom,
All right, that was
and
my
she
next
did.
Okay, that was my next question. Did you specifically tell IS to tell her mother?
Yes.
Did you learn later that she did?
Yes.
Okay. Did it surface in the family in that November time period to the rest of the family that she was now pregnant?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that cell phone account, did you continue to monitor the monthly statement and or monthly charges even after she went missing?
Yes.
Did you monitor that account all the way up until approximately a year ago from today?
No.
Tell me about how long you monitored that cell phone account after she went missing.
I think till January
Of what year?
2019.
Okay, all the way back to that time period. Was there anything that you ever saw on the cell phone account that indicated there were charges being made on that phone, transactions being made in that phone calls being made in that phone, anything of that nature?
No.
Did you have any sign of her ever again on either account?
No.
Miss Ware, did you ever, after she left your home in early July of 2018, did you ever see IS again with your eyes?
No.
After December 19 of 2018, have you ever spoken to her again?
No.
Ever received any kind of letter or any communication whatsoever from her again?
No.
She ever text you or somehow try to contact you, DM you, direct message, any social media, any way whatsoever, try to reach out to you in any manner or any capacity at all?
Objection.
No.
Hey, hold on. The objection's overruled.
Now you may answer, ma'am.
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Ma'am, prior to us pulling the records, would you happen to recall what phone number your granddaughter's number was on that Verizon account?
I don't know it by heart.
Okay, if you saw it, would you be able to say, yes, that's her number? We're going to pull it up in 1 second. We're now showing you and placing in front of you, ma'am, State's Exhibit 27.
Just had it a second ago. Subscriber information. There we go. Okay. On. And the number is down here. So that show her that one. And it can show her. One. So many things open. And then go to call details. It's not on that one. I know. I just had it up too. Okay. Here it is right there.
Take the
9293. It's right there.
search off of the jurors.
Stay, do you mind unpublishing?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Your Honor, it's up the page that we're after.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that on your screen? Did that come up on your screen? Do you see what we're all looking at?
Yes.
If you look at the bottom left-hand corner, and I'm going to read out 10 digits to you: 904-293-5139. Does that sound familiar to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Is that the phone number for your granddaughter on that Verizon account?
Yes.
And at the top left on line 2, do you see your name attributed to this account, Miss Nancy Ware?
Yes.
Under the letters C and D.
Yes.
I'd help refresh your memory with respect to your granddaughter's phone number.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Defense.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll wait till Mr. Skinner is seated. No, you're fine. All right, ma'am, I just wanted to start by asking you, I know that you gave some testimony on direct examination, so I just want to follow up on a couple of things. As far as you can remember, IS told you first that she was pregnant, correct?
Yes.
And you recall informing her that she should tell her mother?
Yes.
Okay. You yourself, you don't remember being the one to tell Kimberly Mobley that IS was pregnant?
No.
Okay. You did, however, tell your son?
Yes.
Did at any point IS indicate to you who the father may be?
No.
Did she ever eliminate anybody and say, I know for sure it's not this person or anything like that to you?
No.
Did she ever tell you that her father, the father of her unborn child, was Johnathan Quiles?
No.
Did she in fact tell you that it wasn't Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
Now I want to talk a little bit about that time, around that time period when she went missing. You guys actually had made plans, or at least discussed plans, of her coming to stay with you.
Yes.
And that was because she felt like she wasn't going to have the support that she needed after telling everyone that she was pregnant.
Yeah, she had asked could she come stay with us.
Okay. This is before she let anybody know that she was pregnant, is that correct?
Yes.
After she had let at least her mother know, she still wanted to come and stay with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just because it wasn't received well that she was pregnant?
She was just really scared.
Understood. And she trusted you? And she had a good relationship with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys were close, you talked about, obviously you talked about these things, and she felt like she could confide in you, correct?
Yes.
Was she pretty truthful with you as far as you know?
When it came to the pregnancy, she didn't tell me. She just didn't tell me who the father was.
Right. But in general, she was pretty truthful with you?
Yes.
Outside of her not identifying exactly who it was, everything else you believe you talked to her about, she was truthful about?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about the debit card that we were talking a little bit about, or that you talked a little bit about with Mr. Skinner. That debit card you set up for her and that you were putting money into, she was using that from time to time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day that she went missing, were you, well, maybe it was after, but whenever it was, were you at some point asked to check her credit card usage, or debit card usage, sorry, to see if she had made any transactions?
No.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself do that?
No.
Okay. Did someone check her debit card transactions at some point?
They may have, I just don't remember.
Okay. Is it to your memory, and if you don't recall, it's okay. Do you remember at some point being asked about a transaction at a Wendy's?
Yes.
Okay. And was that from the day she went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's been a while, so I can understand that the memory might not be clear, but now that I've kind of asked you that question, do you recall checking her debit card and confirming that she had used her debit card at a Wendy's the day she went missing?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, of course I can. I know I asked you about the Wendy's, and you kind of seemed like you were coming around to it and remembering that. So now that I've asked you that question about the Wendy's transaction, do you now recall that it was you who checked her debit card usage and saw that she had a transaction at Wendy's the day she went missing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. And that transaction, I know that you don't live in Jacksonville, Florida, so you yourself didn't do any further investigation into that.
No.
But you did let Kimberly Mobley know about that transaction?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, was that ever followed up on either by Kimberly or someone else?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Were you made aware of accusations of a sexual relationship between Johnathan Quiles and IS prior to her going missing?
No.
So you never heard anything like that until after she went missing?
Right.
That's correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. That's just for the record. I'm not being rude by any means, just making sure the record's clear. And as far as her cell phone goes, I know you said that you monitored that until about January 2019, so maybe like a month or so after she went missing?
Yes.
Okay, and then after that, did you guys discontinue that phone number, or?
Yes, we discontinue it.
Okay, and that was something that you and your husband were paying for,
Yes.
for her to use?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect from the state?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, do you agree that the records I showed you in States 26 would reflect accurately when the Wendy's transaction occurred, the bank records themselves?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
State may call your next witness.
Navy Federal Credit Union Bank Custodian Nicole Phillips, please.
Ms. Phillips, good morning to you, ma'am. You can come over here to your right. I can imagine this is not what you thought you were doing here today.
Thank you.
If you need a glass of water or something, let us know, okay?
Thank you so much.
And you can adjust the microphone up and down if you need to. As well.
Okay.
If I just ask if there's an objection made by a party, just pause and let me rule on the objection, and then you can go from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. State your main quiet. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name, please?
Yes, sir. Nicole Phillips.
And can you introduce yourself to our jury and tell them where you are employed, please?
Yes, my name is Nicole Phillips, and I work for Navy Federal Credit Union as a subpoena specialist 3.
Thank you. I was going to ask you that next, your title. What does a subpoena specialist 3 do at Navy Federal Credit Union?
Subpoena specialist 3 pretty much process subpoenas, income subpoenas that are served upon Navy Federal. We also pull telephone calls, and also video, along with records.
Thank you, ma'am. This afternoon, I'd like to focus on some records that are affiliated with Navy Federal Credit Union, your employer. Can you tell our jury how long you have worked for Navy Federal Credit Union?
I've been working with the Navy Federal Credit Union for 20 years now.
And how long have you been a specialist number 3 in your current capacity?
I just got a promotion last month, but other than that, I was a subpoena specialist 1, and then got promoted to subpoena specialist 2, and then recently a month ago to a subpoena specialist 3.
In your capacity as a records custodian for the Navy Federal Credit Union, how often have you testified in court, ma'am?
10 times or more.
Did you receive a subpoena in the case of the state of Florida versus Johnathan Quiles, the case you're here for today?
Yes, sir.
Did you travel down here to testify?
Yes, sir.
And where did you travel from?
Washington, D.C.
Can you give the jury an idea of what a records custodian is at Navy Federal Credit Union, please?
The records of custodian of records is pretty much like someone who analyzes a subpoena, and we pretty much make sure that we retain records for whatever time span that the subpoena is requesting information for. Once we have all of the collective information, we pretty much provide it to the attorneys, DEA, special agents, or whomever for the time span in which it's requested.
Now, Ms. Phillips, is dealing with records something you do in the normal course of your business?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have complete access to records under the Navy Federal Credit Union umbrella?
Yes, sir.
Are records kept at Navy Federal Credit Union that you review in the normal course of your work?
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, I want to direct your attention to your screen and take a look at what's previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 26. Do you see that on your screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you have a chance to review these records prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Did you review them last week during a pretrial and also this morning before coming into court?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you identify first and foremost what we're looking at? What is this?
What you guys are currently looking at is pretty much a monthly statement for Ms. Sawyer for the time span dated through January 15, 2019.
Yes, ma'am. And do we find in the top right-hand corner, page 1 of 3, just underneath that, where it says statement period, is that where you get the dates from?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean the banking activity on this account took place on or between those specific dates?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Right. And when you mentioned the name Iyana Sawyer, is that one of the account holders for this account?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, on the bottom left-hand corner, it says checking. Underneath that, campus checking. What does that mean?
Campus checking is pretty much the checking account number that was generated for Ms. Sawyer to do certain transactions within her account.
And is the number to the right of the words campus checking, is that the account number?
Yes, sir, it is. The account number ending in 9563, look like.
Okay, and no need to put that whole account number on the record, but right underneath that, ma'am, does it say joint owner Nancy Ware?
Yes, it does.
Do you even know who that is?
Nancy Ware is pretty much the joint owner of the account. But once you retrieve the signature card, which is the grandmother for the account.
All right. And do you know her personally?
No, I don't.
Do you know her if she walked out of the courtroom right before you?
No, sir.
Now, in the bottom entry on page 1 of 3, it appears to be the date of 12/16 of 2018 where it says beginning balance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, in which I see $12.62.
Right. Would that be the beginning amount inside this checking account on that particular date of December? Have you take a look at page 2. You see that well on your screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I do.
Make sure everybody can see that. At the top right, does it say page 2 of 3?
Yes.
All right. And are we still looking at the exact same account of one Nancy Ware for Iyana Sawyer under the account number you mentioned earlier?
That is correct.
All right, explain first and foremost what in general are each line describing. Tell us what they are.
Each line is pretty much generating the transactions that occurred on the member's account.
All right, let's start at the top line on the far left. We see a column that says date. Mm-hmm. Under that column, what specifically does that date refer to, ma'am?
That date is referred to posting date for the transaction.
So working down from date, would that mean that there are 3 transactions that actually posted on 12/17 on 3 separate occasions on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's move across the first line, POS debit dash debit card, 7252 transaction date 12/16/2018 at a Circle K in Jacksonville, Florida. Will you describe that line for us, please, ma'am?
Yes, that transaction occurred on December the 16th, 2018 for the amount of $1.09, which posted to the account on December the 17th, 2018.
Yes, ma'am. So if I hear you correctly, is 12/16 the date of the actual transaction?
That's correct.
Is 12/17 the date that that transaction posts at the bank record?
That's correct.
Right. Now moving down to line 2, does that mean, for example, in line 2, the posting date is December 17 of 18, yet the actual transaction at Dollar General was on December 14th of 2018?
That's correct.
Will you take us to a Wendy's entry, ma'am, about right halfway down to the second posting date of December 19 of 2018? Will you explain to our jury what that transaction is about and when it occurred, please?
Yes. That POS debit transaction is when the member utilized the debit card on December the 13th, 2018, for the amount of $2.13. However, the transaction didn't post until December the 19th.
All right. So, ma'am, we see that 6 days between when the actual transaction occurred to the posting date. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that unusual, or is that something that normally happens with respect to bank posting?
No, that's perfectly normal.
Is there any doubt in your mind, ma'am, that that Wendy's transaction occurred on 12/13 of 2018?
No, that's the date that it actually occurred.
Now, ma'am, moving down this record, I want to ask you, there appears to be some recurring charges. Will you explain, starting in line 1224, I see there's 3 of those posting dates. Will you explain, for example, what those 3 PayPal amounts seem to be according to your review of these records?
Yes, these type of transactions are pretty much something that the member had set up with PayPal to have come out of the account during certain time span of the month.
Are these automatic deductions?
Yes.
Regarding the second entry on December 31st of 2018, we see what appears to be an Apple Tunes transaction. Will you describe that as well, please?
Yes, that's another transaction that came out of the member's account for $2.99. The transaction took place on December the 30th, but didn't clear the account until December the 31st.
Thank you. And the last Apple Tunes, I think it's at the very bottom, next to last line, is that also a recurring automatically charge to this account?
Yes, sir, it is.
And would that automatic recurring charge and that second one taken place on January 6th of 2019?
Yes, sir, but didn't clear the account until January the 7th.
Very much. And then finally, the ending balance of this account was January 15 of 2018 of $43.90?
That's correct.
So, ma'am, that means there were some additions or deposits made to this account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Will you identify for our jury, please, 3 deposits that appeared to be made by one Nancy Ware on December 19, December 31, and then the next month on January 2? Will you describe those?
On December the 19th, it appears to be an internal transfer from a checking account of Miss Nancy Ware for the amount of $25. On December the 21st, there was another internal transfer from Miss Nancy Ware for the amount of, it looks like, $17.
Yes, ma'am.
And then another one on January the 2nd, internal transfer from Miss Nancy Ware for the amount of $25.
Thank you, ma'am. And can those be set up by the account owner, for example, here, Nancy Ware, to be done automatically?
No, sir. That's something that has to be generated by that member because Ms. Nancy Ware is the only person that can authorize an internal transfer from her own account to that account.
Her and her own only self.
That's right.
Okay. Now, the very bottom, it says average daily balance current cycle. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, the average balance is just something that's generated for all of the transactions for the total of the month. It's just an average.
So from the dates that we see on these bank records from December 19th moving forward, was there any in-person transaction that you could point to this jury?
No, sir, it wasn't.
Thank you, ma'am. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, nothing further.
Defense.
Show you, please, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Phillips. Thank you so much for
You're
being here
welcome.
with us.
Good
I just have
afternoon.
a couple of questions. I won't take long at all.
Yes.
You said that the transactions, I'm going to point you directly to the ones that are highlighted from 1224,
Mhm.
3 transactions from 1224. You said that those are automatic deductions.
Yes.
How do you know that based on looking at this, that those are automatic deductions?
Because those are something that's for PayPal, that's for the amount of the dollar amounts.
Understood. And because it says PayPal, that's what indicates to you that it's an automatic deduction, meaning not something that someone generated, but that means that that's automatically coming out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it possible that that is a transaction for someone ordering a game, that type of thing on their phone, and using PayPal to pay for it?
No, ma'am, that's something that I can't testify to. That looks like that's something that comes out of the member's account every month for like a membership or something like that they have for PayPal.
Okay, and so if there is testimony that that potentially was kids ordering something on a game, you don't think that that's possible, that that's what that transaction is?
No, I don't.
Okay. If someone did order a game on their phone and use PayPal, what would it look like instead of this, which you're saying is not what that would look like here?
It would pretty much have the dollar amount of how much that game actually cost, and the date of the date that they ordered the game, and then I also have the posting date of when the funds came out of the account.
Okay, so and maybe I might ask the question slightly differently. Everything that you just described, I see on this line. So what would be different between what you just described and what we're looking at on this bank statement here?
It just looks like something that's system coming out of her account on a monthly basis, like iTunes coming out for $2.99, $3.99, and then PayPal $1.99, and then $1.91 and another dollar transaction.
And are you basing your opinion about that being an automatic deduction because of the amounts?
I'm saying this because it looks like something that comes out of the member's account on a monthly basis.
Okay. And let me ask you about that. Is that based on your review of prior months and seeing those same transactions coming out month to month?
That would be something that I would have to review for the prior months in order to see as far as the same total, because it depends. Sometimes the month before it can be different than a current amount.
Right, and I guess maybe I'll ask the question again in a slightly different way. Is the reason why you have the opinion here as you sit today that this is a monthly deduction based upon your review of past monthly statements of this account?
Yes.
So you looked at not just this month, but months prior to this?
The records were provided back in 2018. I'd be more than happy to review the records that I provided to make that determination.
Understood. And so I'm asking, did you do that prior to today?
Look at the prior records? No, I did not.
Sorry, I'm trying to make it clear. I'm not trying to trip you up or anything like that. You did not review those, so you cannot confirm to us that those transactions happened in the month prior or the month prior to that?
As of today, because I have not seen the records since 2018. But however, looking at the dollar amount for the transactions, they look like they appear to be monthly transactions that's being taken out of the member's account.
Okay, understood. And that's what they appear to be, but you cannot confirm that for us right here and right now today?
Without seeing the previous statements, because I haven't looked at them in quite some time.
Understood. Now, I'm going to move on to the 1231 and the 171. Those are also highlighted, and I'm just going to group them together because they're both Apple iTunes, right?
Yes.
Those two, similar kind of question.
Yes.
How can you tell by looking at this that those are automatic deductions?
Because of the dollar amounts, it would be the same.
And again, like if something was ordered on the phone or something like that from iTunes, you wouldn't be able to tell a difference looking at that she just signed up for that on that day or anything like that without looking at past records to confirm that they were multiple months in a row that this charge had come through.
Correct, but they do appear to be monthly information.
If they started it that month and created a monthly fee, you wouldn't be able to tell us if this is the first month, the 10th month.
Without seeing the previous statements.
And you pointed out some transactions of transfers from checking with Nancy Ware.
Yes.
You pointed out, I believe, the 1219, 1221, and the January 2nd one. There's also a December 31st transfer from checking. That is that does not have Nancy Ware's on it, correct?
No, it doesn't.
Nancy Ware's name on it. Let me correct that. Correct?
Yes, correct. Those will be internal transfers.
Okay. And so you cannot tell who made that transfer at all?
Not without performance from further research, no ma'am.
And as far as that particular transfer, that could have been anybody who had access to that account, who owned that account. Between Ms. Ware and Ms. Sawyer. Okay. So either one of them could have made that.
Or it could have been someone that's a member with Navy Federal that could have performed the transfer.
Okay, so you can't tell us who made that transfer on December 31st?
No, ma'am, not without further research in that transaction.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, good to see you.
Okay, thank you.
State, can we call one more witness, or is it lengthy? Okay, we'll call your next witness and we'll take a break thereafter.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. State the next call, Jack Brown.
All right, so members of the jury, we'll do this one witness, and then we'll take about a 25-minute break, and then we'll have some more testimony this afternoon and finish up for the day. Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir. Just come over here to your right. Watch your step as you come forward. Need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. You can adjust the microphone as you deem necessary to project your voice, and if there is an objection made, just pause before you answer the question. Let me rule on the objection. We'll go from there. That said, state your main inquiry ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Jack Brown. I'm the owner-operator of the Chick-fil-A at Southside Boulevard at Tinseltown.
How long have you owned that location of Chick-fil-A?
13 years.
What are your responsibilities as an owner? Are you a franchisee?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So what are some of your responsibilities as an owner?
I'm responsible for all things to include hiring people, so the whole HR function, operations, marketing, so everything.
Would that include business records?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that also include employment records?
Yes, ma'am.
And are employment records kept in the normal course of business at Chick-fil-A?
Yes, ma'am.
And would those records include date of hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Would they include how much an employee made?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there was a date of separation, would that also be part of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that include check disbursements?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Brown, I'm going to draw your attention back to 2018. Is that a year that you particularly remember regarding your business there at Tinseltown at Chick-fil-A?
Absolutely. We went through a remodel.
And so did you actually have to close down the Chick-fil-A restaurant during that remodel?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it was time to reopen your business with the remodel, were you looking for new hires?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you put out that Chick-fil-A at that location was hiring?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you actually, as the owner, participate in the hiring process at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Since Chick-fil-A obviously was not open, did you conduct interviews at a different location?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted it at the Starbucks that was just south of our location.
And was one of those potential hirees Iyana Sawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually personally meet, and I'm going to use her initials for now, on IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And after the interview, was she hired?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember approximately what month of 2018?
She was hired in November 2018.
At some point, though, did you have to make the decision to separate with IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
It was in December. I believe it was the 6th of December.
Now, did IS have some outstanding checks available?
Yes, ma'am. She had 2.
Back in 2018, what was the process of an employee to obtain a check?
We would print the checks on Friday and put them in the safe, and they were available for pickup at 2 o'clock after we finished lunch. For the people who got checks, I'm sure there were some people who were on direct deposit, but being a relatively new employee, she would have gotten a check.
And were those check amounts respectively $43.57 and $109.74?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time frame of 2018 going into January of 2019, did IS ever pick up those 2 checks?
No, ma'am.
In fact, do Chick-fil-A's checks at that time frame, if they are not cashed within 60 days of issuance, do they become void?
I believe that is the case.
Now, at some point, was corporate contacted to reissue those checks?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in January of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those checks sent to 7834 India Avenue?
That address sounds correct.
And as part of the business records, did you review who signed off of those checks to be cashed?
I reviewed it recently and had Chick-fil-A corporate send me the endorsed copy of the check.
And did it have part of the signature parent?
Yes, ma'am. It had Iyana Sawyer on there, and then there was, in parentheses, deceased, and then there was another signature on there that said parent.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, just a couple of questions for you, sir. Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that December 6th of 2018 was the day that you separated with IS.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if she had worked up until that date, when would that first check been available? Has it been that next day, that Friday on the 7th?
So she worked with us for 4 days, and she was in the middle of a payroll period. So we pay every 2 weeks on the Friday. So the payroll period ends on a Saturday night. The payroll is done on Monday, and then the checks are issued on Friday. So I don't know the specific date as far as the calendar goes.
No, of course. So if the 6th was a Thursday in the middle of the payroll period, it wouldn't have been available the 7th, which would have been a Friday. It would have been available that following Friday, which would have been the 14th.
Okay.
Is that accurate if that's the dates, if those dates are proper?
Well, I don't want to say that they're accurate without actually looking at the calendar to see when the check was done.
Of course.
But it's 2 weeks after, on the Saturday that it closes, it's 2 weeks from then.
Okay. Even if you don't know the exact dates, and I can understand that, not having a calendar from 2018 in front of you.
Right.
It would have either been the 7th or the 14th because you get paid every 2 weeks.
Right, get
Is
paid
that
every
fair?
2 weeks. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so that time period for you that she did not pick it up in that time period, either the 7th or the 14th.
Right.
And you said she had worked there only for a few months at that point in time. Do you remember the exact length of time she had worked with you all?
Well, it was 4 days.
I'm sorry, days. I
Yes, ma'am,
apologize.
4 days.
4 whole days.
Her start date was the 24th of November, and her end date was the 5th of December. But in that time period, there were only 4 days that she worked.
Understood. And is the reason why there were 2 checks during that time period because there was the first maybe couple of days or day
Right.
on one, sorry, I got to finish the question for the record,
Okay.
on one check period and then the other 3 dates or whatever on the following check period?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is it possible that that first check would have been available even before that Friday of that week?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect? Yes, sir, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir. I have a lot of questions about how Chick-fil-A does business, but I'll save that for another day.
Absolutely.
All right, good to see you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take a break now. It's 3:15. I'll give you guys 25 minutes. We'll come back at 3:40, and then we'll wrap up for our afternoon session. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you guys then soon. We're going to have some issues. So I'm just seeing how this is going to play out.
In that light, Judge, as far as schedule, if we're there, of course, penalty phase, we believe we can accomplish in one day, both of us.
I understand, but with other jurors, I have to bring them back the next day. So it's not as easy as starting immediately thereafter. I have to plan it out with other jurors. So I'm just seeing how this is going to play out because we've gotten through 6 and they're relatively short witnesses, and it's been 3/4 of the day. So we'll see what happens the rest of the day. We'll go from there. We'll have a better idea, of course, by tomorrow.
Inclined to let us start witnesses after 5, or you're saying 5 is where you?
I'll go till 5:30. Just be wary of who you're dealing with the jury at this point. They've been here all day, but I don't like keeping them past business hours because they have lives outside this courthouse, unlike some of us.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, I'll see you guys back at, what did I say, 3:40?
Yes, sir.
See you back at 3:40.
We have to reduce to. I'm going to go ahead and tell her for tomorrow.
Mic check one, mic check two, mic check one. Everybody to be, Hollywood movie stars. But he knows that it's low, but I'm this far away. How does that sound now? Bump it up some more. All right. Hang on.
Testing. Nobody sits this close. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Much better, isn't it?
All right, hit the mute up there so I can let them know.
go back on the record. Is the audio better back there now? Okay. Let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518, State v. Johnathan Quiles. I have counsel of the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. Any reason why we can't bring the jury in, State? Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Bring the jury out, please. Is there a noise? Mike, there's a static noise up here.
Yeah, there's feedback, Judge.
Your Honor, the jurors return to the court.
Members of the jury, welcome back. We're going to continue with our trial. You guys may have a seat, of course. State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. State would next call Bertha Bay.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, good afternoon to you. Just watch over here to your right. Watch your steps as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. Okay. I only ask if there's an objection made during your course of your testimony. Just pause for a second, let me rule on the objection, and then you may continue from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
And you can adjust the microphone as you deem necessary.
Okay.
Ms. French, you may inquire. You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Albertha Bay.
And will you please spell your first and last name?
Albertha for my first name. My last name is Vay, V as in Victory, Aye.
Thank you, ma'am. And where do you generally live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
And how long have you lived here in the area?
My entire life.
And how old are you?
20.
What do you do for a living?
I work for Duval County Public Schools.
Are you a recent high school graduate?
No, ma'am.
When did you graduate?
2021.
So about 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And what high school did you graduate from?
Sandalwood High School.
And where did you go to middle school?
Arlington Middle School.
Did you go all 3 years there at Arlington Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get to know someone in particular that became one of your best friends at Arlington Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Iyana Sawyer.
And did you all have classes together in middle school at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it an instant friendship?
Yes, ma'am.
However, the two of you, did y'all go to the same high school?
No, we did not go to the same high school.
And did she go to Terry Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
However, even though the two of you did no longer went to the same school, did you maintain that best friend relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would the two of you communicate?
Through social media or texting.
Would that include Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think maybe earlier on, was there a different app the two of you would use?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Kick?
That's something more kind of in the past?
Yes, ma'am. How would you describe IS?
Like, as a friend,
Yes, how was she?
kind, funny, just a joy to be around.
Now, did IS and yourself have a small, close-knit group of friends?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell me who those other friends were?
Haley Shempert and Marie Logan.
And did you all meet in middle school or elementary school?
We all met together in middle school.
Now, as part of being one of the closest friends of IS, did the two of you ever discuss boys?
Yes, ma'am.
And I say boys because I'm thinking about a time when you guys were younger, so.
Yeah.
Did you ever know during your friendship for IS to have a boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his name? That IS told you.
Jose?
Did you ever meet this person, Jose?
No, ma'am.
Did this person, Jose, go to Terry Parker High School?
Not to my knowledge.
What about Sandalwood High School?
Not to my knowledge.
And I think, did you ever meet Jose?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see a picture of Jose?
No, ma'am.
Was Jose ever described to you in physicality?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
He was described as looking like he was mixed and being Hispanic with dark hair.
Did you know how old Jose was?
Like early 20s.
Did you know if Jose had children?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Jose is that person's real name?
No, ma'am.
Now, through your friendship with IS from middle school through high school, did the two of you ever go to each other's home?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
We just never really found time. Every time we tried to schedule, it would be a conflict on either end.
Had you ever been to IS's home, just at least for a visit?
Not for a visit, but one time to pick her up for a field trip.
Had IS ever been to your home?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so. Or I don't recall.
Was a lot of your friendship based upon either at school or using cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you think you would talk with IS?
Basically every day.
Now, besides this person, Jose, did IS ever discuss any other males?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a person by the name of Kamar?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the relationship that IS had with Kamar the same as the Jose?
Yes, ma'am, in a way.
And what do you mean by in a way?
Her relationship with Jose seemed a bit more intense, and her relationship with Kamar seemed more sexual.
And when you say intense, does that mean like in love with the person?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the first time that IS had ever brought up the name Jose to you?
Sometime around 9th grade year, I want to say.
And what about the person by the name of Kamar?
Somewhere around 9th or 10th grade.
Now, had you ever met Kamar?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever seen a picture of Kamar?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Now, were you friends with IS's younger sister, SS?
Not friends, but I knew her.
And was that just a kind of acquaintance through IS?
Yeah, it's kind of like she knew my brother, but they weren't friends.
But your friendship was with IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you meet SS through IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point through your friendship with IS, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you learn that?
I learned she was pregnant sometime in 10th grade year. I can't remember the exact time frame. Somewhere around my birthday in November. It was like that, but I don't remember like the exact date.
In fact, in November of 2018, did you celebrate a special birthday year?
Yes, ma'am. That was my Sweet 16.
Did you invite IS to come to that party?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she come?
No, ma'am.
And is that about the time frame that you found out she was pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
So would that have been the month before she left Terry Parker that day?
Yes, ma'am. That was the month beforehand.
Okay. So we're talking in 2018, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't want to assume anything, so thank you, ma'am. Through that conversation, I'm only going to ask specifically, did IS tell you who the father was?
I don't recall her specifically saying who the father was.
Did you ever ask?
Yes.
But you don't know what an answer was?
Through that conversation around my birthday, no. If we talked about it beforehand or afterhand, I do remember her saying who the father was, just not during my birthday. If
Oh,
that
okay.
makes sense, yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you, at some point in time, did IS tell you who the father was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry for my vague question there.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And who did she tell you?
Jose.
Prior to IS leaving school that day at Terry Parker to never be seen again, do you recall last time that you spoke to her?
A few days before.
And do you remember how you spoke to her and like in what type of communication method?
Through social media.
How did you learn that IS was missing?
I got the text from her sister saying that she hadn't gotten on the bus that day.
Did you try to reach out to IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Did you help to try to find her?
Yes, ma'am.
Any luck?
No, ma'am.
So one moment, Your Honor. So I have one last question for you, ma'am. Since 12/19 of 2018, have you had any type of contact with IS?
No, ma'am.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vey.
Good afternoon.
All right. Bear with me one moment, please. All right, to start out, if you could tell me, you talked about talking and conversating with IS. Did you use Snapchat with IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And did your other friends also use Snapchat to communicate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most common app that you used to communicate with your friends or between your friends?
At the time in like high school, we used Snapchat. In middle school, we used Kik.
Okay. So at the time around 2018, Snapchat was the main app that you all were using?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about Jose just briefly. You described Jose during direct examination as being mixed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mean by mixed that he was mixed with Hispanic origins and something else?
Basically, or like kind of black and white or Hispanic and black, but mixed with something.
Okay, understood. And that description, that's the description that you got from IS, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she describe that person to you when you all were in the 9th grade?
I believe so.
So I want to ask you a little bit about him. Do you recall her telling you his exact age?
I believe so. I recall her saying he was like 20 or 21.
All right. And I know you said on direct you had never met him, you never saw a picture of him or anything like that.
No, ma'am, I never saw him.
Did you ever speak to him on the phone or message with him or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did IS at any point in time ever tell you that Jose was some sort of code name?
I don't recall.
Did you at that time believe Jose to be the real name of the person who she was in a relationship with?
I want to say yes. I'm sorry, I don't really recall at the time. That's just the name that we used, so it's like 50-50, because, you know, sometimes, like, especially in middle school, you would use a code name for a boy that, like, you liked. So, I believe so. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you don't remember, you can tell me you don't remember.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
No problem. As best you can remember, do you specifically remember ever saying this is a code name or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you so much. And as far as you know, she always did call this person that she was in a relationship with Jose. She never used any other name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You said that she told you that she was pregnant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she also told you that Jose was the father.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever mention anyone else she thought may be the father?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I know you talked about around your birthday and that being like November time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is around shortly before your birthday, shortly before IS went missing. Is that correct?
Like my birthday was before she went missing?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And just the month prior?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall having some conversations with her where you weren't able to she wasn't able to come to your birthday party?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that because people had learned that she was pregnant and there was kind of a lot of drama going on and people upset about that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As far as Johnathan Quiles, prior to this case, before IS went missing, had you ever heard that name?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Did you know who he was in any way?
No.
Had you ever talked to him, seen him, or anything like that?
No.
Had IS ever told you about Johnathan Quiles?
I don't recall.
All right, to the day that IS actually went missing, you found out that day, later that day, that IS had not gotten on the bus and no one could find her.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you assist in trying to locate her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do specifically to try to help locate her?
I tried calling her, and I got sent a flyer saying that she was missing, so I shared that with family and friends.
All right, and then how did you share that?
Through social media and text messaging.
And did you do that on like your Instagram, Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
On both platforms?
On Instagram. I don't use Facebook.
Fair enough, thank you. I know Facebook's probably outdated, so on Instagram you actually did share like a post basically asking for information of where she was?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall anybody giving information as far as, hey, I've seen her, or anything along those lines?
I do recall.
You do recall that?
Someone giving me information, yes, ma'am.
Did you follow up on that?
I asked them about it.
Okay, and did they give you information about where she might be or where they might have seen her?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Do you recall what you did with that information that they provided you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I recall, I believe, telling her mom. I'm not 100% sure in my recollection, but I do remember telling an adult, probably either her mom or the police or both.
About someone having seen her that day?
Hearsay at this point regarding what someone else stated.
Sustained.
The information that you received as far as that you provided to police, did you personally follow up in any way on that yourself?
No, ma'am, I don't recall following up.
And did you ever have any conversations or anything like that with anybody about that location of where she was seen?
It's overruled. She's following up. It's not an out-of-court statement. Go ahead, counsel.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Of course. Did you ever have any conversations with anybody following up with that afterwards?
The person who said they saw her.
You did, in fact, speak to them.
This whole lot is supposed to be hearsay.
Overruled. It's not an out-of-court statement she's on asking for.
I did ask them where they saw her.
Thank you. And they provided that information to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Outside of that, did you also communicate with IS's family about where she might be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you specifically speak to SS, her younger sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and SS kind of brainstorm where she might be?
Not really brainstorm, no, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall an individual that you were trying to locate named Brian or Brandon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that a phone number? Was there a phone number attached to that person that you were trying to reach them on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually call this Brian or Brandon person?
I don't recall calling.
Okay. Do you remember, if I were to show you or tell you a number, would you recall if that was the number that you received as being his?
I might not recall the phone number, no.
Okay. If I showed you a contact that has a photo on it, would that help you to remember if that's the individual that you tried to contact?
Yes, maybe. I'm sorry, it's been so long.
It's okay. If I may approach, Judge.
Sure.
And I'm going to go back to the podium to ask the question.
Okay.
All right, I just handed you a screenshot of a phone number and a photograph at the top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize this to be a screenshot that was shared when we were looking for Iyana.
And how do you recognize that?
I believe it was a phone number that was given to me, and then I tried looking for it or calling it, because at the time I had a Samsung, and you could do that.
And is that an accurate representation of what you received and the number that you called at that time?
I believe so.
That phone number, do you mind reading that number?
904-626-6942.
And the photograph of that person that's on that, do you recognize that to be this person, Brian or Brandon?
No, ma'am. I never knew a Brian or Brandon.
Okay. Is that who you believe that person to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move. I'm so sorry. I don't have it off. I can't recall the number they had.
Any objection from the state?
Well, Your Honor, we actually didn't, we didn't stipulate to this, so it was defense exhibit C.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
That objection, mark it as, that should be defense 1 then, I believe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, mark it as defense exhibit 1.
All right, after you tried to make contact with that phone number, did you speak about that with IS's family?
I don't recall.
Do you recall maybe attempting to try and call that phone number from a different number to see if they would answer?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Outside of what you've described to us as far as trying to call it and looking up the number to see if you had any other contacts with that, did you do anything else with that?
With the phone number?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever provide that information to police or tell them about that?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
No problem. Now I want to talk to you about a little bit about IS and the conversations that you may have had prior to her going missing. Did you, were you aware of IS's plans to leave town with Jose or whoever?
No, ma'am.
Did you guys ever have any conversations about her running away with Jose?
No, ma'am.
As far as Jose goes, you said he was about 21 years old, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or 21, I believe you said.
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys would have been how old at that point?
15, 16.
All right. And at that time, you didn't approve of that type of relationship?
No, ma'am.
And you just thought he was a little too old for you guys being as young as you were at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually expressed that to IS, that you thought, you know, this guy's just too old for you at 20 or 21?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as Kamar Humphrey goes, at some point do you recall telling police that Jose was Kamar Humphrey, the guy that lived across the street from
No.
IS?
No, ma'am.
You don't have any recollection of that?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know, I know you said you'd never seen or even seen a picture of Kamar Humphrey, but did you know about the relationship between Kamar Humphrey and IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of the incident that occurred in late February, early March, that was reported to police?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you become aware of that situation?
Iyana told me.
And did she tell you that her mom had called the police and reported this incident to them about what happened with her and Kamar?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know IS to continue that relationship with Kamar Humphrey following that?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if they ended the relationship after that?
I don't recall her saying they ended it.
And as far as you know, that wasn't just a one-time thing. There was an ongoing relationship between them, whether it was just sexual or more. Were you aware of an ongoing relationship between them?
I don't recall being aware of an ongoing relationship.
So as far as you know, it was just that one time?
I believe so.
All right, and I just want to follow up with one other thing. After IS went missing, do you recall telling SS to tell her mom about Jose?
Yes.
Did you tell SS, hey, tell your mom that she's in a relationship with Jose and he's older?
Yes, ma'am.
SS didn't know what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am, that's what she said.
You didn't go into any details with her about who Jose was or anything like that when she said she didn't know what you were talking about?
I don't recall that part, I'm sorry.
She didn't make any sort of indication to you that she knew who Jose was?
I don't recall, it was just like one conversation.
And all you can recall from that conversation is that SS told you basically, I don't know what you're talking about as far as who Jose is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just a moment, please. All right, after you found out that IS was pregnant, did you guys ever have any conversations about her wanting to get an abortion?
I do recall.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was just making sure I heard you correctly.
I'm sorry.
You do recall having a conversation with her about her wanting an abortion?
I do recall having a conversation about her getting one. Wanting one was like not wanting, but like deciding about it.
Okay. Did she talk to you about asking for money from her grandmother for that?
I don't recall.
Do you recall IS ever telling you that Jose lived across the street from her?
No, ma'am.
Do you ever recall IS telling you that Kamar Humphrey got her pregnant?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Ma'am, it's good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. State may call your next witness.
State would next call Haley Shimper.
Shemper, good morning to you, ma'am. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Just watch over here to your right. Watch your step. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll certainly accommodate you.
Thank you.
If there's an objection made during your testimony, just take a second, let me rule on the objection, and then depending on what I say, you may or may not be able to answer the question. And you can move the microphone to help project your voice into the courtroom.
All right, thank you.
All right. And Ms. French, you may inquire. You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Haley
And what's your last name?
Shempert.
Can you spell your first name?
H-A-L-E-Y-S. Oh, just
No, yeah, and please spell your last name.
Oh, S-H-E-M-P-E-R-T.
Thank you, ma'am. Where do you generally live?
In Georgia.
What do you do for a living?
I work at Amazon. Amazon.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes, ma'am.
What high school did you go to?
Terry Parker.
Did you go all 4 years at Terry Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
What year did you graduate?
2021.
Do you know someone by the name of Iyana Sawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
In kindergarten.
What kindergarten was that?
In Woodland Acres.
Is that the Arlington area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the same middle school as IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Arlington Middle?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, high school.
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe IS?
She was very kind and outgoing, and she was just always happy. Always happy and positive, and she just brought life in.
Did you consider her one of your best friends?
Yes, ma'am. She was my only best friend.
How often do you think you and IS would speak to each other?
Often, every day.
Every day.
Yes, ma'am.
And how would the two of you communicate?
In person, usually. I had her on Snapchat, so we would text every once in a while.
Would you see her every day at school?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in regards to potential, stayovers, would you ever stay over at her house?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever stay over at your house?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
No.
Did each of you just prefer to go back to your own home?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we were just really young, so it was like,
Was this also before you had driver's license and things that you have today?
Yes, ma'am.
And a job with money?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, through your friendship with IS, did the two of you ever discuss relationships with men, or at the time, males?
Yes, ma'am.
Did IS ever mention any particular boys to you?
Two.
I'm going to first talk about one. Was there one by the name of Kamar?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you first hear that name?
I believe it was 9th grade.
And Did IS talk often to you about Kamar?
Sort of. I mean, I wouldn't say it was often, but it wasn't like rare.
Was it a long period of time that she would mention this person named Kamar?
I would say a few months.
Now, do you know Kamar?
Personally, no, ma'am.
Have you seen Kamar?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know his last name?
No, ma'am.
And do you know what he looks like?
It's been a while, but yes, ma'am.
Do you know his race?
Yes, ma'am.
What is his race?
He's black.
Was he older than you in IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know who Kamar was?
He lived in the neighborhood, and we would pick up our siblings at the same time.
Did you, at the time, I guess still today, have younger siblings?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your understanding that you would pick up, would you go to a bus stop?
I would go to the school.
School. And what school was that?
It was Woodland Acres. Woodland Acres. It's elementary school.
And is that where you come to know who Kamar was?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't have a personal relationship, though, with this person?
No, ma'am.
You just knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, your conversations that you had with IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what kind of hairstyle or anything that he had at the time?
No, ma'am. I believe it was short.
Did IS have feelings, romantic feelings for Kamar?
I'm not sure. I believe so.
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled. You can answer the question now.
If you have the personal knowledge of that.
As far as I know, I believe so.
Now, in regards to the other individual, what was that guy's name?
Jose.
When did you first hear IS bring up the name Jose?
It was in 6th grade, I believe.
Now, did you ever meet Jose?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see a picture of Jose?
No, ma'am.
And was Jose a different person from Kamar?
Yes, ma'am.
Did IS ever describe Jose to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that description was?
That he was Hispanic and he had curly hair.
Was he older?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you learn that IS was pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately when you learned that?
It was around 10th grade, but I'm not sure exactly when.
Was it close in time to when she left Terry Parker that day, December 19th, 2018?
It was before then.
Okay. Did her family know that she was pregnant when she told you?
No, ma'am.
Did IS tell you who the father was of her baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
Jose.
Do you recall the last time that you spoke to IS?
December 19th.
Would that have been that's the same day that we're here to talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at school that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see IS at school that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have lunch with her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did IS have anything with her beyond school books?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see that she had?
She had a bag. It was like a square bag, like a tote bag.
And do you know what was in that bag?
She said it was a body pillow.
Did she have any clothing with her?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you ever get to know IS's Uncle John?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear that name before, Uncle John?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to him?
Not personally, no, ma'am.
What about on Snapchat or something?
Not personally, no, ma'am.
Now, what is unique about Snapchat in regards to messages?
They could be deleted.
Do you have to actively go in and manually save something?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens if you do not manually save that message?
Then it's automatically erased.
Can you also send pictures through Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do not manually save that picture, what will happen?
It will automatically erase.
Do you know how IS would speak with her Uncle John? What type of communication?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Did you ever see any pictures that Uncle John sent IS?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of pictures did you see?
It was just like selfies, like face photos.
What did you think about that?
At the time, I didn't think anything.
Having a hard time hearing you. Can you just scoot forward?
Sorry.
With the microphone? No, it's fine. It's natural. Just you can scoot the chair up if you need to as well. That way you're not leaning forward.
Now, did you know that IS had left school early that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know that IS had left school early that day?
She had told me previously that she was going to leave.
Do you know for how long she was planning to leave?
I believe it was 2 weeks.
Do you know why she was planning to leave for 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. She said that she was just going to go stay with her uncle.
Now, is this the same Uncle John we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what Uncle John drove?
It was a red van, I believe.
Now, on this date of 12/19/2018, did you see that red van?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see that red van at Terry Parker High School?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you find out that her family was looking for her?
When the detective came to the house.
Now, was that how long approximately after 12/19/2018?
It was, I believe it was 2 or 3 days later.
At that time, were you concerned about IS based upon what she told you?
Could you repeat the question?
I know, I apologize. Based upon what IS told you, that she was going to leave for 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
When you learned that her family was looking for her 2 to 3 days later, were you concerned at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
At first, when she told me that she was going to leave, I wasn't concerned until the detective came and her family was looking for her because it just felt more serious.
And did you speak with the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you try to reach out to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, ma'am.
Did you try different multiple outlets to reach her?
Yes, ma'am.
To no avail?
Yes, ma'am.
And being her best friend since kindergarten, is that approximately 5 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever in any way since December 19th, 2018, heard from your best friend since 5th grade as of today?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, bear with me one moment. Okay, so you, on direct examination, talked about Snapchat and using that to communicate with IS from time to time.
Yes,
Is that correct? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and all of your other friends also use Snapchat? Was that normal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you guys use Snapchat specifically because it automatically deleted, or is that just a byproduct of Snapchat?
It was just a byproduct of Snapchat.
You guys never had like any specific conversation of like, yeah, let's use Snapchat because it deletes?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear her talking about using Snapchat specifically because it deletes?
No, ma'am.
All right, I want to talk to you about Jose. You said that Jose, you first heard of him maybe in the 6th grade.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible it was a little bit later than the 6th grade? Are you confident that that was the time period?
I'm confident that was the time period.
And when you heard about Jose, that was someone who IS represented was her boyfriend, correct?
Around in 6th grade, it wasn't her boyfriend. It was just someone that she was talking to.
Okay, understood. Did that then develop into a relationship over the years?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately when do you believe that that relationship turned from just talking into a relationship, like a boyfriend-girlfriend type of relationship?
Probably around 9th or 10th grade.
Okay, so later on.
Yes, ma'am.
And did she describe Jose to you in any other way other than that, what you described during direct examination?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about him being mixed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did she ever say anything of like he looked like he was mixed like white and black or Hispanic and black?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you his age?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember her ever talking about, you know, he's older than me or anything along those lines?
I just remember her saying that he was older.
But she never indicated to you how much older he may have been?
Yes.
So you didn't know if he was over 18 or, you know, older could have been anything older than you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever indicate to you that she was worried about his age in any way, being older?
I can't remember.
Okay. And you said you never saw a picture of him and never met him?
No, ma'am.
Do you ever recall maybe even speaking on the phone to him?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you never messaged him or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
As far as the name Jose itself, did IS ever tell you that Jose was a code name for someone else?
No, ma'am.
Did you in fact believe that Jose was his real name?
Yes, ma'am.
And you never received any information differently than Jose was the actual name of her boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
When she told you that she was pregnant, did she tell you that Jose was the father?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she also tell you that she didn't want to tell her family about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she in fact tell you that she was going to tell her family it was someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Someone named Peter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she at any time ever identify her Uncle John, as you knew him, as Jose?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever indicate any sort of sexual relationship with her Uncle John whatsoever?
No, ma'am.
Let's talk about Kamar. You said that you first heard about Kamar in about the 9th grade.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that at that time, did you hear about him as having a sexual relationship with IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was in the 9th grade, so that would have been like 2017, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that an ongoing relationship that went on?
I can't remember how long it went on, but it wasn't a long time.
Okay. And it wasn't just once?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was several times over some, I believe you said a few months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You all are really close.
Yes, ma'am.
We're really close. She confided in you.
Yes, ma'am.
And she would tell you the truth about situations, as far as you know.
As far as I know.
About the situation where IS's mom, Kim Mobley, called the police on Kamar Humphrey. How did you hear about that?
Iyana told me.
Okay. And at that point in time, did she tell you that he was reported as having sexually battered her?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question?
At that time, did IS tell you that it had been reported that he sexually battered her?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you had seen Kamar because you guys would pick up your siblings from the same kind of bus stop.
Yes, ma'am.
You'd never really talked to him, though. You just kind of saw him in passing or from afar.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't know him, you didn't know his age, you didn't know anything about him?
No, ma'am.
I know you said that you might recognize him if you saw him again, but he was black, as far as you're aware.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know if he was mixed in any way.
No, ma'am.
And as far as your memory goes, Jose and Kamar are different people. Those are not the same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you ever recall IS telling you that the next door neighbor was Jose?
Ma'am, could you repeat the question?
Do you ever recall IS telling you that the next door neighbor was Jose?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's go to the day that IS went missing. You said that she had a bag with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually see inside the bag?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what she had in there.
No, ma'am.
As far as you know, she said it was just a body pillow.
Yes, ma'am.
That was something she was using because just for comfort during the pregnancy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said she told you that she was going to go stay with her uncle for a couple of weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she tell you why?
Just to get away.
And did she need to get away because she was having problems at home or what?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. She just needed a break and was going to go stay there for a couple of weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
And would have been over Christmas break?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You said that as far as you know, she didn't have any clothing with her whatsoever.
As far as I know, no, ma'am.
Right. Did she ever talk to you about making plans to go and stay with her grandma in Georgia?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever mention anything about going up to see her grandma in Georgia at all after around the time she was pregnant?
No, ma'am.
Also, you said that you believe that Mr. Quiles' vehicle was a red van.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the van in any greater detail other than a red van?
No, ma'am.
And generally speaking, did you actually see Mr. Quiles on a regular basis to be able to identify him, for example?
Can you repeat the question?
Had you seen Mr. Quiles enough to be able to identify him if you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you actually see Johnathan Quiles in a red van the day that IS went missing?
I did not see him personally, no, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you believe you saw a red van, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you confirm for certain that it was his red van?
No, ma'am.
Okay. It was just a red van, could have been anyone's.
Yes, ma'am.
On the day that IS went missing, did you ever see IS with Mr. Quiles?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever seen IS with Mr. Quiles?
No, ma'am.
And can you tell me how you had the occasion to know what type of vehicle he was driving?
Iyana, she told me.
Okay. So outside of being told that he had a red van, you had never seen it yourself before that?
No, ma'am.
Let me just ask you a couple other questions about the time period when IS went missing. I know you said you didn't learn about that for a couple of days, and you weren't overly concerned prior to that up until you saw the police at your door. Were you not involved in any of the immediate aftermath of searching for IS?
Could you explain that?
Sure. Did you help post flyers and things like that in the day or two after if you hadn't learned of it till later?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So no one called you and said, hey, have you seen IS? Do you know where she is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. It wasn't until police actually came to your door that you actually found out at that point that she was even missing?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, once you did find out, did you assist in any way in trying to get the word out of where she might be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you inform police at that point in time that IS had confided in you that she was going to go stay with her uncle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did police follow up with them, as far as you know?
As far as I know.
One moment, please.
Hello again, ma'am.
How you doing?
Do you recall on December 19th, 2018, going to the office for anything at school?
I can't remember.
And do you recall stating that you had seen the defendant's red van that day?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall that you had seen the defendant's red van on December 19th, 2018?
It's all confusing. Everything's just overlapping, and the things that happened from back then, it's a lot to remember, so I'm just getting confused.
Okay. Let me ask you this, ma'am. Do you remember doing a deposition?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember doing a deposition where I was present, defense was present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall being asked a series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall being asked about the red van?
Yes, ma'am.
With looking at your testimony in regard to the red van, help refresh your recollection.
What do you mean?
Meaning, by reading what you previously said, would that help potentially refreshing your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
And for record purposes, page 29, starting at line 1, going through page 30. And again, just please read to yourself.
All right.
Page 29 and 30. And I apologize, that would also include page 31. My apologies, ma'am.
You're fine.
Did that help with your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you see the defendant, sorry, I shouldn't be saying defendant. Do you remember seeing Uncle John's red van that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you at the office at school?
Yes, ma'am.
And since I'm not familiar with Terry Parker High School, what's the relation of the office area of Terry Parker to outside?
You could see right out the door.
And is that how you were able to see the defendant's van?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that red van because you had seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that because Uncle John had picked up IS from school before?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you personally see Uncle John at school that day that she went missing?
Not personally, I didn't see him.
Just his red van?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
All right.
Ma'am, good to see you. Thank you for your testimony.
All right. Yes, sir.
State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. To Madam Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, good morning to you, ma'am. Just come over here to your right, and you can just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
I'll get it for you, man.
Thank you.
And you can adjust the microphone to help your voice project in the courtroom as well. And the only thing I ask, if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me roll on the objection, and then depending on what I say, you may or may not be able to answer the question.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Johnathan Mobley.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I stay in Nassau County.
All right. And have you been a Northeast Florida resident for the last how long?
I left in 1996, and I came back in 2004. Went to the military, and I came back home. No, I got out of the military too. I came back home in 2008.
And you've been here since?
I've been here ever since, and then I moved to Nassau County in 2021.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Who are you to Iyana Sawyer?
I'm her aunt.
All right. And who is her mother, Kim, to you?
That's my sister.
And are you the older or one of Kim's younger sisters?
No, I'm the oldest.
And who is Naomi Mobley to you?
Naomi is the middle child. She's my sister as well.
All right. Was at one point in time Naomi married to somebody by the name of Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom today.
Yes.
Describe what he's wearing, please.
A blue shirt, has glasses on, gray pants.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I want to direct your attention specifically to December 19, 2018. Do you recall that day, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Can you first tell our jury where you were?
At home.
Okay. And will you describe where your home is and specifically in relation to Terry Parker High School?
I stayed in Arlington off of University Boulevard, and Terry Parker High School was maybe like 3 to 5 miles from where I live at that time.
And that particular day was Kim at work?
Yes.
All right. Don't state what someone said, but were you called by Kim that afternoon?
Yes.
And did you learn that IS had gone missing?
Yes. She said that she didn't get...
You learned that she went missing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Did you have an objection? Did you move on, Mr. Skinner?
No, just let her finish her answer, Your Honor.
What was the question?
It was basically, Your Honor, I asked her, did she learn that IS went missing that day after speaking to her sister?
Overruled.
Thank you. But you can answer it, ma'am, just for our record.
Yes, my sister called me and told me that...
That's all? You don't have to say just the court. You can't say what someone else said. We're just asking you, did you learn that she went missing?
I'll get it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Now, why or where did you chose to go once you learned she went missing that afternoon?
I went to school
And why is it that you chose to go directly to the school?
because that's not something that IS would do. So she said, I can't say here.
Right. Did you go straight to the school?
I went straight to school.
All right. And did you go there because you lived close to the school?
Yes, I wasn't working at that time, so
Right. And was Kim at work that day?
yes.
All right. And what was so unusual about IS not getting on that bus that afternoon?
That's something she wouldn't do. I mean, there's no reason why she wouldn't get on that bus.
All right. When you got to Terry Parker High School, can you first tell us how far of a drive that was?
About 3 to 5 miles,
How long did it take you?
about 10 minutes.
Okay. And once you got there, will you give the jury an idea of what you did at the school grounds that afternoon?
Once I got there, I started looking for my niece.
All right.
Can I say niece?
You can't say what anybody else told you. My question is, did you
Oh,
go?
can I say niece?
Of course.
Yeah, I was started looking for my niece,
Right.
and I started looking around. There was officer there. I don't know if he was the truancy officer or whatever, but he had a police uniform on, and I was speaking to him because I was trying to see if anyone knew where my niece was.
All right. And did you check around with other students? Did you walk the halls?
I was asking everybody.
Ma'am, did you look around the grounds on campus there?
Yes, I was walking around asking kids if they seen my niece.
All right. Well, did you ever find any sign of your niece?
Absolutely not.
Was this completely out of character for IS?
Absolutely.
Has she ever done anything like that?
No, she has never done anything like that. The girl goes to school.
Did you ever find any sign of her whereabouts whatsoever that afternoon at the school?
No, not at all.
Now, what was the last time you specifically had communication with IS?
I had communication with her that particular day. I had texted her. I wanted to see what she wanted for Christmas.
Right.
She had asked me for money, and I said, no, I'm going to give a gift. I don't like giving money. I like giving presents. And I said, well, let Auntie know what you want. And so that was the last time.
All right. And was that earlier in the morning on December 19 of 2018?
I'm not going to say early in the morning because I also went to the school that day. So I'm going to say maybe around the afternoon.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question. Other than the small talk about the Christmas gift, was that the last communication that you had with your niece?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever speak to her again after that in person?
No.
Ever get her on the phone?
No.
Were you trying to call her?
Yes.
Did you continue to try to text and communicate in any way you knew how to reach her?
Yes. I never received anything. The last thing was about she wanted money for Christmas. That was it.
All right. Now, in the days following that afternoon when you were up at the school, did you do anything else to help try to locate your niece?
Yes. We were out there looking for her. We were going through the neighborhood. We were putting up flyers. We were trying to find my niece. We were riding around. We were trying to find her because, like I said, she did not go anywhere. She only went home, school, and then my sister Naomi's house.
All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about that. When you say those are the only places you went, can you even give us an indication of what other places that she would have gone and visited?
No. Outside of that, she went to her dad's house, but she went to her dad's house, just home. I'm the mean auntie, so they didn't want to come to my house. And then to Naomi and Johnathan's house at that time.
All right. So is your testimony that she would go to see her father, Willie Sawyer?
Yes.
All right. And she would either go there or stay home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than that, the only place that you're saying she went was the defendant's home with Naomi.
Yes.
Do you ever know her to go visit with her grandmother on her father's side in Georgia?
Oh, yes.
All right. Was that every summer she did that?
She did that for the summer. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me ask it this way. Where, if anywhere, can you tell us she has gone at any point in her life for a long period of time other than those 3 places you just told us? Has she gone anywhere?
I mean, outside of my sister Paula's house, I would say just family. It was 5 girls. So she went to one of the auntie's house. Outside of that, no.
All right, leading up to that December day, December 19th, ma'am, had you learned that IS was pregnant?
Yes.
All right. Can you give our jury an idea approximately when you learned she was pregnant?
I would say maybe the first week of the beginning of December.
Okay.
Of
2018.
2018.
Okay. So our record's clear. So during the month that she went missing on December 19th, that's when you first learned she was pregnant, earlier that month?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything, ma'am, that caused a family disagreement in that early portion?
Yes.
Hang on, let me finish the question. In that early portion of December of 2018?
I sure did.
Tell us about that.
When I found out when she was pregnant, then I went and pulled up that app and looked back and see when she got pregnant. And so, because I knew, I went and looked back, like I said, she didn't have a boyfriend, she didn't have anything. And so I added up the dates and I figured out she got pregnant when she got back from summer vacation with her grandparents in Georgia. Mm-hmm. That's when she got pregnant, because when she, sorry.
Sure, no, I'm letting you explain that. Here's my question about that particular reason. When you say pulled up an app, are you talking about calculating the days or months since she was pregnant?
Yeah, we all had those scares. And I went back and I calculated it back. And because I know when she came back on that summer break, she was on her cycle. So, and I went back and I looked at the date, I looked at the time, I looked at the due date. And I said, she got pregnant when she got back. And I know it was on July 7th, because that was my mama's birthday. And we were all at the house for my mama's birthday. And so that's how I know the date.
Did you know at the time period, looking back in July 7 of 2018, that she was staying over at the defendant's house?
Yes. When she got back, she went over to the defendant's house, and she was there. S was there, and they stayed there. And I know when they left, because they came back on tax-free weekend. So her mom went and got her. Tax-free is normally like around in Florida, August, like the first week of August is on that weekend. And that's when she went and picked them up on tax-free weekend.
All right. So you did the math, is that correct? Calculate when she got pregnant?
Yes.
And you also knew, and you told this jury, that she only really went to 3 places. What, if anything, ma'am, can you tell us with respect to anything that caused you any concern about the defendant and how he looked at your niece?
I personally, I didn't like the way he looked at her. And I saw him, at first we were cool, and then we didn't get along anymore. And then, like I said, things started to change after he broke his femur. And that was maybe September 2017. And after that, we started to fall out, but only time I would see them was at family functions. And so it was just, like I said, I grew up in a 2-parent household. I know how my dad looked at me. I have male partners, and I know how a grown man looked at me. And I did not like the way he looked at her.
All right. How many times would you tell this jury you saw him looking at your niece, IS, in the way that you felt like you're describing now?
I would say at least maybe more. It was at family functions. Because, like I said, our relationship changed after he broke his femur. Our relationship changed, and then we stopped hanging. The only time we were really hanging together is when we had family functions, because we're always doing stuff, holidays, because we're a very close-knit family, and that's when I started noticing things. So it's mainly at family functions I didn't go over the house outside of just wherever we're going to meet for a family function.
All right. So you did the math. You told us. You now told this jury the way you didn't like the way you looked at your niece, and she only went to 3 places. Did you take those 3 pieces of information and lodge an accusation in early December at the defendant?
I sure did, and
Tell this jury how you did that, ma'am.
It was on the text messages, and then I told, why are you so worried? We was going back and forth. The thing was, we had a family group text message, and he was included on our family group text message. And then we were going back first, and I'm like, why are you worried about who her child father is? And that's when I got cussed out.
Okay. My question for you, ma'am, is what was the accusation you put on that family text? What was it?
That he was the father of her baby.
All right. And who cut? Don't tell us what anybody said or in that text. But did someone cuss you out as a result of that text message?
Yes.
Who was that?
I got cussed out by him. I got cussed out by my sister Naomi.
And is Naomi the wife of the...
Naomi was his wife at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I just... the court reporter in front of you has to take down what we're saying verbatim.
Oh, you slow down?
A little bit.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I understand. Just let him finish the question, and then you can pause for a second, let them answer the question. I just got to make sure that it's an accurate representation of what you're saying. And
My apologies.
no, you're doing fine. Just it's a habit we all get into, and so
I talk a lot. Yeah, I got you.
You're not used to it. You don't know how it works. So I just wanted to let you know. But other than that, you're doing fine, ma'am.
Okay, I'll slow down. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ma'am, now just let me finish the question and do your very best at answering what we ask and opposing counsel.
Yes.
Once you made that allegation in that family text based on the 3 things you just told the jury, did that cause friction from that point forward until the day IS went missing?
Yes.
Right. What can you tell us, ma'am, about IS's phone and phone use?
A girl, she stay on the phone. But, at that age, that's what they do.
Did you ever know her to turn her phone off?
No.
Ever?
Ever. I can text her, she'll respond to me from the bathroom, she'll respond to me while she is in the classroom. She never turned her phone off.
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray, you want a glass of water?
Yes.
He'll help you out.
Thank you.
Ma'am, once December 19 of 2018 came and went, will you tell this jury if you ever heard IS's voice with your ears ever again?
Excuse me. No, sir.
Did you ever see her again?
No, sir.
That phone that she never turns off, did she ever contact you in any way whatsoever with her phone?
No, sir.
Text message?
No, sir.
Snapchat message?
No, sir.
Instagram?
Nothing.
Phone call?
No, sir. Nothing.
No contact whatsoever since that day?
No contact whatsoever.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How you doing?
All right, how about you?
I'm doing well.
All right, thank you so much for being here. Just have a few follow-up questions for you. So if we could start with the day that IS went missing. You stated that she'd never done anything like that before, correct?
Correct.
Is it to your understanding that she'd never missed the bus, not taken the bus home?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. As far as how you found out, I know that you were called and you were one of the first people to go up to the school, correct?
Yes.
And you called police as well?
It wasn't me.
You weren't the one to call police?
I wasn't the one to call the police. I actually was the one to sign the police report.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
even though you didn't call, you did interact with the police?
Yes, I did. I did interact with the police, yes.
Do you know who called police?
My sister, Margie.
All right, thank you so much. After, and were you guys together at that time when she called?
When she called, no, we weren't together.
You just were at the scene when police arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave the initial statement to police about the details about IS being missing?
Yes.
Right. And you said that you searched and talked to people around the school itself?
Yes.
And no one said that they had seen her or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. Did you call friends or other people who she may have been around that day?
No.
Okay. Other than just doing basically a canvass around the school, did you talk to anybody else that day about where she might be?
I talked to a lot of kids, yes. It was a lot.
And no kids specifically that you knew her to be friends with, just kids who were around?
Yes.
Okay. And so you couldn't tell us, I talked to Joe or whoever it is?
Mostly, I didn't know. I was talking to anybody who would listen to me.
Understood.
Sorry.
And no, that's fair. No, that's absolutely fair. As far as your relationship with Johnathan Quiles,
yes.
You said that back in 2017, maybe early 2018, he broke his femur.
It was 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
And you said that you guys kind of had a falling out, stopped hanging out at that point.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't like him?
No, I did like him. We used to party all the time. Okay. I did like him, and like I said, until things changed. We used to have fun. We used to be at his house playing bongos. We had time. We was there. He had me on that crazy tire swing that fell and broke his femur, which I was scared to get on. And we did bonfires. So things change. But at first, yes, I did. So I wouldn't say that I didn't like him at first.
Okay. Well, yeah, not at first. I understand that. But at some point, when you guys had a falling out after that, you didn't mess with him at all after that.
Only when we did like family functions, just to go over there. No.
Outside of those family functions, which I'm assuming would just be like holidays type of thing, is that fair?
Holidays, just getting together for a barbecue. Yeah, outside of that, family gatherings, no.
How often would you say you guys would do those? Maybe once a month or less?
I don't really want to say once a month.
That often, or you think it was more often than that?
I would say it wasn't that often. I'm not going to say more often. It wasn't more often than that.
It was not monthly. It was less than that.
I would say it was. It just depends on the month. But I'm not going to say it was every month because it wasn't. So some months could be different. It's just depending on what we were doing.
Understood. After that fallout, you would agree you did not have any sort of relationship with him whatsoever?
Just to go and speak to him, no. Only thing that we had is that family group text message. So everybody was on. When I say everybody, I mean all of my sisters, and he was on it as well.
Okay.
Well, Johnathan was on that as well.
You believe he was on that group text?
No, I know he was on that group text.
Outside of, did you guys have another group text where it was just the sisters?
At their time, Naomi made sure that he was included on everything.
Okay. After the fallout between you all, and I know you said you were seeing each other maybe less than, if you took the average, less than once a month, did you guys ever have any sort of conversations during those occasional times you would see each other?
No, I just sat back and I watched. I sat back and watched, and I just monitored. I'm very blunt. And I just sat back and I watched.
Okay. So you didn't really have any interactions with him after he broke his femur. After that, you guys really didn't talk much. Even when you saw each other at family functions, you didn't really interact. I'm sorry, let me finish the question just.
My apologies.
No, you don't apologize. It's not a problem. I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Yes.
Even at those family functions where you would occasionally see him, you didn't interact with him?
No. I did, it's rude not to say hello. I did say hello. That just you go in there and you say hello. But outside of the holding conversation, no.
Thank you. I know you said that on direct examination you didn't like the way he looked at her.
Yes.
And you described that as, hey, I know what a man looks at a woman like, right?
Yes.
Okay. Outside of that, I just didn't like the way he looked at her. Did you ever actually see anything inappropriate between IS and Johnathan Quiles?
Outside of his looks, no.
Okay. Did you ever see any behavior between the two of them that would indicate that there was any sort of sexual relationship going on?
The way he looked at her, my opinion, yes. Let me look at you. That's how he looked at her. Now I'm going to look at you. How you doing, sir? He didn't look at her like a how you doing, sir. He looked at her like a man look at a woman.
Okay. Outside of that, you never saw anything that would indicate any sort of sexual relationship between the two of them?
No.
Okay. And you were never confided in by IS or anybody else about there ever being any such sexual relationship between IS and Johnathan Quiles?
We had our own, I didn't speak to IS, no. But, you know, me and my sisters had our own separate, yes.
Okay. Outside of the accusations that you talked about that, you know, between your sisters and you, there was no other information that you ever received that there was a sexual relationship going on between IS and Johnathan Quiles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about the accusation itself. You said you were the one who made the accusation originally. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you did that when you found out that she was pregnant.
Yes.
Is it true that you actually made a similar type of accusation when the Kamar Humphrey situation occurred?
I need you to be a little more specific.
Okay, let me go back. Do you know who Kamar Humphrey is?
I've never seen him before. I've heard of him, and I know that he used to stay across the street from my sister Kim. Have I ever seen him? Could I pick him out in a lineup? No.
Okay. Are you aware of a sexual battery that Kamar Humphrey committed against IS?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of that at the time it happened?
I went to the house, and I did speak to IS about that.
And did she tell you that that's what happened?
Yeah, we talked. Do you want to know what we talked about, or is that hearsay?
No, I don't need you to tell me specifically.
Okay, yeah.
As far as that time period when Kamar Humphrey sexually battered IS, at that point in time, were there accusations of a sexual relationship made between IS and Johnathan Quiles?
Before that time?
Around that time period, yes.
Around that time? I'm going to say between the sisters. And when I say we didn't speak on a text message, I've always, every time I see anything, I've always said something. But
okay. As far as those accusations that were from earlier on in 2018, did you ever speak to IS about that and ask her about those accusations?
For which one?
Did you ever ask IS to confirm or deny sexual relationship, any sort of sexual relationship with Johnathan Quiles?
She wouldn't tell us about anything. Only reason why I honestly feel like we found out is because she got caught with the Kumar. Yeah, but no, only other thing I tried to get out of her, we were trying to find out who the father of her child was, but she wouldn't say anything.
So I know that these accusations had been going on for some time back in early 2018 and then again when she got pregnant. At any point in time, did IS ever confirm a sexual relationship between herself and Johnathan Quiles?
No.
All right, let me ask you about where she would go, because that was stated multiple times. You named 3 places originally. You named 3 places. You named Kimberly Mobley's house, her own house.
Yes.
You named Johnathan and Naomi's house.
Yes.
And you said that she had stayed at her grandma's over the summer.
Yes.
Then later you said it's not just those 3 places, it's actually, you know, other family members too. 'Cause sometimes she stayed at Paula's house, correct?
We would go over there. Would she go to Paula's house? Yes.
Okay. So, and other family members' houses as well. She would go over to their homes as well.
It's normally when we had functions, but for the most part, she was either home, like doing, like stay at my house, stay the night at my house. No, I don't remember her staying the night at my sister's house. The only place that she stayed for an extended period of time was either at her house or Naomi and Jonathan's house at that time.
Okay, or her grandmother in Georgia.
Or her grandma, but that was for the summertime.
Right, understood. As far as Kamar Humphrey, did you know that IS was going over to Kamar Humphrey's house?
At first, no, I didn't. I found out about him after she got caught.
After she got caught with him?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
That's, outside of that, I wouldn't even know his name.
Okay. And so if she hadn't got caught, you wouldn't have even known that she was going over to Kamar Humphrey's house on a regular basis?
I don't know if she was going on a regular basis.
Okay. Or that she'd been over there?
If she didn't get caught, I wouldn't have known. No.
So is it fair to say that although those 3 places you mentioned, it's very possible that she could have been going other places as well that you weren't aware of?
No, Marsh, he stayed across the street. So she didn't have a car, so where would she go? She went to, you want me to stop?
You mean Kamar was close in proximity, so that was easy
Yes,
for her to
it
get
was just across the street. Outside of that, where would she go? Because if she did go somewhere, we would know, because her mama would say something.
All right. You agree, though, that you didn't know about that beforehand, so you wouldn't have been able to tell us that if she had not been caught?
About her going across the street?
Correct.
No, I wouldn't. No one would know.
And so, again, it's fair to say that if she were going other places on foot, you wouldn't be able to tell us if she was or wasn't.
Where's she going? I don't know where else she would go.
Right. One moment. Let me just ask a couple of follow-up questions that I didn't quite clear up. You talked about the accusations back when Kamar Humphrey, I'm sorry, do you need to get some water? I apologize. Let me give you a moment.
He's just giving me a refill. I'm ready.
Okay. If you want to take a sip, that's fine. Go right ahead. I don't want to stop you.
I just swallowed the last one.
Thank you. All right. So let me go back and ask just a couple of follow-up questions to make sure I'm clear here. Back when the accusations came out that there was some sort of sexual relationship between IS and Johnathan Quiles, around the time Kamar Humphrey's situation happened, did you all interrogate or talk to IS about those allegations?
About the allegations with IS
and Johnathan Quiles?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Did you interrogate or talk to IS again when you all found out that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, did she ever confirm any sort of sexual relationship with Johnathan Quiles?
Why would she?
Did she ever confirm it?
No, I mean, why would she?
Did she deny it?
When she didn't deny it, we didn't ask her directly. We asked her who her child's father was. That's what we were asking her, and she would not say anything.
So you don't have any memory of asking her specifically about that accusation of Johnathan Quiles being the father?
I'm sorry. It's been so long ago. I don't want to say I may have, but I will say I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to. I'm not 100% sure because at that time emotions were high. She wouldn't tell us anything, and so she wouldn't tell us nothing. She wouldn't tell us.
Do you recall her ever telling anybody, or you knowing that someone named Jose was the father?
I don't know if I should mention how I found out about the name about Jose.
Well, I'm asking, did IS ever tell you that the father was Jose?
No.
Okay. Did she ever mention any other names, like Peter or a Brian or Brandon?
She did not mention. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
It's okay. I think she got it, but I'll say it again just to be clear. Did she ever mention any other names like Peter, Brian, or Brandon as the potential father?
She didn't mention any name, so no. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're totally fine. It happens all the time. It's no problem. All right. So as far as you know, she never mentioned any names, according to you specifically.
To me specifically, no.
Okay. One moment.
Ma'am, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. Yes, ma'am, you can go.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. State, how long is your next witness? Is that your only witness? Okay, so without her, you don't have anybody else? Or up top? Okay, that's no problem. I think the jury's good to go for the day, given some looks on some faces. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a break for the rest of the day. We're going to pick back up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45. If you don't come downtown very often, usually traffic on a Friday is less than the Monday through Thursday. But please be on time. I know we started later today. That was an unusual issue that I don't anticipate occurring tomorrow. Even though it's a Friday, I do anticipate a full day of testimony, so we can try to fit this in within 2 weeks. Please remember, and this is incredibly important, please remember, do not discuss this case among yourselves or each other. Do not tell your family or friends about it. Please stay away from the newspapers, the media. I'm not saying you can't watch TV and you can't watch local stations, but just know that during commercial breaks, when they advertise the news, you may see something. Please change the station, mute it, go to a different room. It's incredibly important that you stay away from those type of avenues. And you guys have been wonderful all week in that regard. Other than that, you can leave your notepads on your chairs. I'll work on the temperature for tomorrow if you guys are a little chilly here today. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Not still a good bit.
Yes, sir. We started testimony close to 11 a.m. with an extra 2 hours. We're going to shoot 13, 14, 15 minutes. Will happen here and ready. So.
Yeah, I do plan on a full day tomorrow. It's a Friday. I'm sure everyone would like to get out early on a Friday, but I'll do a full day with you guys. I'm here.
We'll get to everybody we have available for tomorrow here. So
a couple of issues I want to address outside the jury's presence to kind of loop back up with this last witness state from New York, the last Williams rule the state filed. I'm assuming since we started the trial, that issue is now moot.
at this point in time, yes, the state concedes with a sworn jury will not proceed.
For the guilt phase, you said?
For the guilt phase.
Okay, do you know if there's a possibility for the penalty phase yet, or? Okay. Lastly, I did mention to the jury regarding sequestering them during deliberations if we get to that point. I did some research on the rule last night. It does talk about it being possibly waived by both parties. I don't know whether that's a consideration. I would need to inquire of the defendant, because the rule does say state and the defendant. And so I put it out there to be, that's something you guys want to discuss.
We already started.
Okay. But we're not there yet, I'm assuming?
We're not there yet.
Okay. I wanted to bring it up so, because at some point I got to let the jury know how to plan appropriately.
The state and I had briefly started discussing it. I started discussing it with my client, with our client, but we're not there yet.
Okay, no problem. That'll be something, an issue to loop back up with early next week. Anything we need to handle from the state's perspective before we break for the day?
The only thing I'd like to put on the record, Your Honor, in regards to the Mobley issue, state and the defense did come up with a compromise for that. State and defense agreed that Kim Mobley would not be in the courtroom regarding the following testimony: Detective Billy Abbott, retired Detective Porter, Naomi Mobley, SS, and then Johnathan Mobley, who just testified, Your Honor. So I just want to put on the record that we did agree to that she could be in the courtroom with other witnesses, but not me, Your Honor.
Is that the only witness that that this issue applies to?
So SS, she will not be released, but we do not plan on her coming into the courtroom at all. So in regards to coming back into the courtroom, I am inquiring with the defense counsel after each witness just to ensure if there is an issue or not, Your Honor. So that's how we've been handling it since.
Okay. I'm glad you guys were able to figure it out and work through it. Anything we need to handle from the defense perspective before we break for the day?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll just say we did agree to that as the state laid out. We agree with that 100%. Talked to our client about that. We agree with that as well. And we have nothing to do.
Okay. You guys have a nice rest of your evening. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9. Please get here about 10 till.
Yes, sir. All right.